Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
Okay, so let's start by someone who's, as you say in Portuguese, prata da casa, means someone that's part of the family.
Oh.
She said yesterday at the dinner that's the country where she gave the most talks.
Yes,
so that's an honor for us. So Milan is a WordPress engineer at XWP, freelance WordPress engineer at Topal, the loudest member of the documentation team, and also a member of the plugin review team. Today she brings us a new episode on her WordPress Gems for Devs series, and this time on the interactivity API, on building and how accessibility part. Sorry, I said I didn't have my coffee. And how building with it makes accessibility part of the workflow instead of an afterthought. Unfortunately, we don't have the piano here, but
oh, too bad.
it's
Next
not
time.
yeah.
Next time.
But the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, thank you. Thank you. And I've heard that we have live stream to all of you. Bye. So, yeah, millions. I have a lot of work, so I'll try to be a little bit faster. So since June last year, the European Accessibility Act has been enforced throughout Europe. It requires businesses and organizations to make their products and services accessible to people with disabilities. But we all know that it is not only for people with disabilities that we make things accessible. So let me show you a few of examples where this is true. Consider a mother with a child in one hand and doing something on a phone on the other hand. So this is very temporary accessibility need, but accessibility need nevertheless. Or let's consider something that is unfortunately today our reality. A wounded refugee trying to submit a form for a shelter, having vision and other difficulties. If this form is not accessible, it can have serious impact on this person's life. Or let's not go far away. Let's consider ourselves trying to read something on a low contrast website on a sunny day. So these are just a few of many scenarios where people need accessibility assistance even though they're not considered persons with disabilities. So accessibility is for everyone, not just for a group of people. And if you cannot sell this to your client, like having accessibility just for the sake of it, then you can tell them that it will improve their web core vitals, their SEO, as we will hear later from Annemiek today. Also Google ranking and all of it. Your website will be much better if you just make it accessible from the start. Now, WordPress core comes with a lot of ready-to-use code. Some of it is accessible, some of it needs improvements, but that can be improved through the work of open source. I'm not going to talk about that today. Today I'm going to talk about how you can improve accessibility in your website and general user experience by utilizing not so new anymore, but still underused interactivity API. Now, accessibility usually is not considered or not done well with forms and other web components that require some kind of interaction, like accordions, modals, and similar. And everything that loads on the first page load can be fixed with HTML API, but that's another talk. And today we are talking about interactivity API, which wouldn't exist if there was no HTML API. And for today, I chose to show you accordion. Now, I have one accordion here. It's called Old Accordion. It's brand new, AI built it. It's inaccessible, but it looks nice. It works nice. And here I'm going to show you the keyboard support. So you're going to see here the key I'm pressing. With tab, it goes up and down. With enter, it opens. With space. So this is default browser behavior. No accessibility is added to this. Actually, AI made it more accessible. I just stripped it away to make it like completely inaccessible. And if we take a look in edit, you see this is one block. You can remove items, you can add items, but you cannot reorder items. And in the code, here it is. This is static block, so we have save.js, and you can see by markup, there's the div and button and span. So we don't have H3, which is required for accordion. We don't have any heading. And again, we have div and div and div, and no accessibility, no area, no accessibility tags. Those are the ones I removed. And in Vue.js, you can see a lot of JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, and we have here the state set is expanded, and then we are hiding and showing blocks, so we are inserting style. So basically very old, very inaccessible. And I want to create a new accordion with the script for creating interactive blocks. Now, when we use this script, create block, you will by default create a static block, but to use interactivity API, you can use this interactive template. By the way, you can create your custom templates if you are building blocks and use it with create block. But please use create block because it is standards. It will create files and everything that everybody else can understand. So it's not just something you made up. Now, running this takes time. So I already did it twice, so we don't wait for that. And I created one that I completely cleaned up that we are going to use. But just to show you how default things looks like, we have button to switch color scheme, and we have button to toggle. This is default. And here you can see how it looks like, just quickly to go through it. So we have render.php. This means the block is dynamic. And we have right away some state, global state defined, and then we have some local context defined, which is initial state just as global state, but this one is limited to this DOM element and its children. And then all of this you see, data WP, that's interactivity API. Those directives are telling interactivity API what to do, and that was made possible by HTML API. And another important file is Vue.js, and here we have store from interactivity API, and in this store we can use state, actions, and callbacks. Actions are used to change initial state into derived state. So when someone clicks something, we change the state. And with that derived state, we can work here in this state, and we can also set initial state here. Callbacks, I still have to figure out what they are for. Okay, so now I'm going to show you this new accordion, which is completely empty. And now we are going to build it. So in render, I removed completely the state, the context. I just left this data WP interactive. So we are registering this namespace gems to the interactivity API. And I'm going to use markup from old accordion. So we are going to directly improve it. And I'm going to set one block, one accordion item. So if you want to add more items, you add more blocks. And copy. And I'm going to put it in here. Let's just format it a little bit. So you see this data expanded false. This is from JavaScript that we don't want. And I'm going to add H3. My heels are too high for this adventure. Okay, we're going to make it. Right, so we wrapped this, and I also don't want style display none. We're going to do this with interactivity API. I don't need this many wrappers. Bad AI. Right? And this will be paragraph. Okay, so first thing, what I always forget to do is go to plugin and run the build. Okay, so first thing I want to do, I want to make the content editable from, so this is what we have now, and I want to have content editable from the editor. So for that, I'm gonna need block.js, and we're gonna add some attributes. By the way, this line, these 3 lines here support interactivity true. That is the only thing you need to expose your block to interactivity API. So you can add even old blocks. Attributes. We don't want to make typos right away. So first we're going to have the title, and it's going to be the type of the string, and let's set default to accordion title, and after that we just copy pasta because we can. What? Sting. That could have sting, but the ring. Thank you so much. I'm glad to see that you are following. Yeah. Content. And now you'll never know if I did it on purpose. So now we need edit.js because we want to be able to edit it from editor, and I want to remove this. Is it too low? You see it? Okay. Div, and we don't need this. So what we need here is the rich text component, and if we go to rich text reference, you can see here We can import it from block editor. We have it here. And I have two attributes. So what I want to do is deconstruct them here. Title and content coming from attributes. Cool. Now I need to copy the component itself. This is very difficult to copy from. So if you go here, property reference, this link will lead you here, and there is a whole documentation that lives only on GitHub. And here you can copy paste, because that's how developers do. Now we use AI now, right? So I'm gonna have the H3. I don't need identifier. Value is going to be, value is going to be the title, because I already deconstructed it here, so I don't need this attribute. Allowed formats, I don't need it, but you can set it. Now let's not confuse Gutenberg with content, content, content. This is the value that's gonna change. And because we have two attributes, we need to make sure that this component knows which attribute it wants to update. So it's gonna be title. And let's change the placeholder to accordion title. And now we can, again, copy paste. This will be paragraph, and this title will be the content. Okay, now we can update the render.php, because this is hard-coded. We want to change it. And in render.php, you have available attributes and content of the block and the block itself. So I'm gonna add here accordion title. So we're gonna take it from attributes and title, if it exists. If it doesn't exist, let's set some defaults. The namespace is new accordion. I forgot to add it there in edit. Content. Okay. And now we can replace this with the actual attribute. Always escape your output, always. What I'm using now, WP Cassess Post, is very generous. For your production, you want to use something more sensible, more strict. Content accordion title, and we're gonna add it here. Content. Whew, that's done. Okay, let's see what we have done here. Cool. Now we can go and edit. I'd say way too cool. Too cool for me. Okay. So let's add now some accessibility attributes to it. And you don't have to search a lot. There is a website, w3.org, and it has everything you need, all documentation. And there is this page patterns. By the way, you will find all those links in my repo. And here are all those web components that I told you about that need specific accessibility treating. And here we have accordion. So with the accordion, you have description, and here we have the keyboard support. So enter and space, tab and shift tab is what I show you, and that is default in browser. But we can also add down arrow and up arrow to navigate through, and we can also add home and end. With home, you jump to the first item, and with end, you jump to the last item. And then there is explanation on areas and everything, but we can go right to the example. Here is the working example of the accordion, and again, keyboard support, and this is where you can find what attributes you need. So H3 is what we already set. And then for the button, we need area expanded, but this is conditional. If the panel is expanded, that this is true. If it's not expanded, that is false. This is something we are going to do with Interactivity API later. Now what we need here is this button has area controls ID. This ID belongs to this div. So now we are gonna add it. And we have this accordion content 0, but we will want to have more accordion items. So we want to have this unique. And we can use this one that we already have from default block. So I'm gonna change it here to accordion ID. And I'm sorry, I can't pretend I'm normal. This needs to be, yeah. Okay, now it's better. By the way, that's coding standards from WordPress. So now we can remove this 0 and this and replace it with our unique ID. Again, always escape. And this is our ID that we will use as area controls for the button here. The next thing we have is this role for the div, and we're gonna add it. And then area labeled by, and it needs ID from this button. So again, we're gonna use the same thing here. Just change it to button. By the way, I hate that this is header instead of button, and this should be icon, I don't know. Okay, and now we need to add this area labeled by here, and this ID will be the yeah, so you can watch the oh, cool, cool. It will die soon. Good, thank you. Thank you so much. So we added all these static attributes, and now we want to add this area expanded true to the button. Now, by default, right now, it is expanded, but if I say false, because by default we want accordions to be closed, you will see that it doesn't happen just, you know, it doesn't happen after I refresh. So we can add here hidden to make sure that we have, sorry. Now this is the default state that we want, but this is the state that we will change with Interactivity API. So now we can start applying Interactivity API to this. And Interactivity API has directive data WP bind, and this directive will add whatever attribute we added here if the statement here is true. So I'm going to move this to the context because we want this to be when the button is clicked, it's open, when the button is clicked, it's closed. So this is a closed system in this one DOM, so I'm going to add it here, is expanded. We want default to be false. Okay. And now I can say here that I want to watch for this value that is inside the context. If this value is false, then area expanded will be false. If it's true, it's going to be true. The same thing we are going to do here with hidden data WP bind, and hidden is going to be opposite. So we want it to be added when the is expanded is false, right? Well, so we are going to do, by the way, you can see the similar example in the default Interactivity API block. So this is going to be the false. And now it's doing exactly what we wanted. And if we set here true, it's open. Cool. So now we don't want to change it here. What we want to do is use Interactivity API to change the value of this expanded. And we are going to change it on the button click. So again, Interactivity API has data WP on. And you know this from JavaScript. This is event on blur, on select, on submit. So we can use on click. And on click, we are going to trigger the value. Let me just open the file. View.js. It's going to trigger the actions that's going to call toggle accordion. And now we are going to define it. So we need to know what is this value is expanded, and it is in context. So to get it, we need to call the context from the Interactivity API. And we are going to do, we're just going to define that same value to the opposite of it. So we don't care if it's true or false. Whatever it is, we're going to say, give me the opposite. And now when we click, it opens, it closes. Yay, interactivity API is cool. So I don't like this. I don't like that this plus is staying plus. We know it has to change. And it is there because it's hard-coded here. So I'm going to remove it. And because it's going to change depending on the state, I'm going to put it in the state. So it's available. And let's say current button. I'm not very creative with names. It's going to be plus, and this is how we use this value. We say that we want this span to use the text, actually to use this value as the text. So it's in state current button, and this is now going to be the initial state. And now we want to work with the derived state, and we're going to use the magic method. It's called magic because we use the name of the value as the name of the function, and then Interactivity API knows exactly which value to update. So here, again, we need to have this context. We need to know the value, and I'm going to have it here. And with getter, we need to return stuff. So what are we going to return? If the context is expanded is true, then that means it's open, so we want to return the minus, right? And if it's closed, we want to return, sorry, this is question mark. We don't have time for errors, even though I planned some. Okay, I didn't. So now, yeah, it's minus. I hope you can see. It's minus, plus, minus, plus. Now, I don't like that this is hard-coded because we want to be able to use it maybe in other blocks and in other places, and we don't like hard-coding things. So what we want to select here, to set here is opened button is going to be minus, and closed button is going to be plus. And now we're going to change this here with state. So state is available right away. You have it here. The context is the one you have to call, and it's annoying, but it is what it is. A girl can't have everything. And here we're gonna set the state, closed button. And now this is, okay, now we can create accordion to actually work with something. So I was thinking about this. What could I say? Sounds good. I'm not gonna pronounce it bad, so let's just keep it like this. Okay. And now it's working. The same thing, so current state is the same as with old accordion, right? And now we want to add support for end and home and for, do we have time? I hope so, yeah. So let's start with adding keyboard support for end and home. This is like the easiest one. So we will watch again this button, but we will use a different event. We're gonna say WP on key down, and it will trigger the actions, I don't know, keyboard support. So here we're going to define it, and we are going to use the event here because we need few things, few informations from the button we clicked. And at one point, because we are changing behavior, default behavior right now. Default behavior is if you press end, it goes to the end of the page. If you press home, it goes to the beginning of the page. So this is a default, and we want to change it. So at one point, we will say event prevent default. And when we use that, there is a best practices introduced in Interactivity API in 6.8. So when you use event prevent default and event current target, which we will use later, and all of this, you want to wrap your action callbacks with sync event. And you can get it from Interactivity API. So this is mainly performance improvement. It's actually preventing doing the threads of events at the same time and just making it later, you know, happening with sync. Yeah. So we call it here from Interactivity API. We import it, and then we just wrap all of it inside, and here we add the arrow function, and this is it. Now we are ready. Okay, so this is if you don't do this, it will trigger some warnings, but in later WordPress releases, actually newer WordPress releases, it will throw the errors, so you have to use that. Okay, now go back to our buttons. We need to know for the home and end, we need to know which button is the last one. The home, we know it's the beginning, and it's easy. So we're gonna put all these buttons into an array. Now, please, before I even start, this is just for demoing. Don't use this code in production. This is just to show you the way of thinking. So, okay, 10 minutes. We're gonna set buttons, and we're gonna make the array from. Now I'm gonna just use the easiest way, document, query selector O, and I want to be sure that I'm calling only my block. So I'm gonna call this one, and I want all these buttons. So here, accordion button, I want to have them in the array. Now, if no buttons are found, we want to return. So I'm gonna make pairs of keys and indexes. So we know that in array, first index is 0, so that's home. Home is 0, that's easy. But the last index is, we don't know how many items there are. So we're gonna count how many items are in the buttons array and just -1. So you get the last one. So constant last index is going to be buttons length -1. Again, please don't use this in production. So now I'm gonna create the pairs of keys and indexes. So the home, we know it's 0, and is going to be the last index. And this is all going to be taken from event key. So now we know when event happens, which key was pressed. And if target index is undefined, again, return. Now we prevent default behavior, and now we actually do what we wanted to do. So buttons, target index. If it exists, let's set the focus on it. This is all we wanted to do. Okay, I'm gonna turn this on again. So you will see here the key that I'm pressing. It's tab and then end, home and home. Everything else is working. Cool. So let's do the arrows up and down now. For the end and home, we didn't care much about where we are going from. We just cared where we are gonna land. But now we need to know, if we are using arrow, we need to know where exactly we are. So we need to be aware of the current button. And this, whenever you can, to copy paste, do copy paste. So this will be event current target, and the current index will be whichever current target is indexed in the buttons array. So current index equals buttons index of, and we are targeting this current button. So now we know if this current index will be the integer, whichever button we are on, it will be 0, 1, 2, 3. And we want to set now arrow down. When we go down, we add index. So it's 0, 1, 2. So we want to select this current index, and we want to add to it, add 1. But we don't want to go indefinitely. We want to stay within the number of items that we have in our array. The same thing goes for arrow up, but we need to consider the 0 thing. So we're going to say -1, but we're going to add buttons length, because we want to stay inside, we don't want to go into -1 and -2. And again, we want to stay with buttons length. Now, please, again, don't use this in production. This is just to show you what is the idea, and you can find better ways to do this. And also here, we want to say if current index is less than 0, then just return, and everything else stays the same. So let's see if we have done it. Okay, and arrows are working. If I go down, it's just going through the whole accordion. If I go up, it goes again. Now, what I wanted to add more, but I don't have much time. I wanted to add support when you open one and then click on the other to close all the others. That would like make them really compact, but I will add it in the code, and you can have it in the repo, because that's really done with Interactivity API. So far, this is like default that we have here, that is recommended. So here also you can open and have multiple open items. So let's just call it on this. Because we don't want, no, I'm not done. I'm not done. Stop it. There are more slides to show. So now when we compare everything with old and new accordion, now we have full area pattern that we followed from the official documentation, how you should make your content accessible. And we have all native HTML attributes. Truth to be told, I removed those from the old accordion, but now we have all of them and they are visible in markup, so browser knows what it is. In old accordion, we didn't know what was that. Server-side rendering allows you to use values from your own database or remote databases, or to update them depending on the event that happens. Reactive state that we have in Interactivity API actually help us to make those little bits testable, but also Interactivity API allows you to connect different blocks. So I can have something happen in other block that will open accordion or close it, or I can open accordion and then something happened there. So everything is interconnected, and that's what you get with Interactivity API out of the box. And one block per item is very simplifying the editor code, so you don't have add item, remove item. You have only two attributes, title and content, and you can reorder them, which is cool, because if you have 150 items, you don't want to mess something. All of this will be in this repository, so you can find the documentation there, of course, and a little bit of history of Interactivity API and all the other interesting things, examples in production, examples just like playgrounds, and all the accessibility links that I used here, everything that I used you can find there. And this code will be there, and watch for the next WordPress release because it might have a little bit of gem for you to fix the problems. My name is Milana Tsap. I'm WordPress engineer at XWP and TopTal. Also, I'm active in WordPress project, in documentation, plugin, and core team. And my time there is sponsored by XWP and Progress Planner. And my time here and all the costs and preparing talks and traveling is sponsored by Kinsta, so thank you, Kinsta. And I hope you learned something new. If I said something wrong or, you know, stupid, I offended you, you can give me feedback here. It's...
You really like our templates.
Yeah. So, yeah, they made the template and like your logo here, no, my logo here. And I had so much fun, muito obrigada.
So we have time for a few questions. Any
We
questions?
could set that up if we have time.
No?
Yeah.
As I'm not a developer, I just know how to check some code sometimes. I noticed in the example of Y area that they give you an H3 as an example, and it's not so much a question as a remark towards them that they should actually tell the audience and you all that the heading order should also be something someone should be able to set, because you don't know where this block is going to end up.
Yeah.
So, but this
Well,
is...
that's for the version 101.
Yeah.
So we are gonna give you optional to set which heading you want to add, because if you had H4 before it, you don't want H3 here, right?
Yes.
So to make it more semantic.
Yes, and I want to thank you for creating this talk. I have goosebumps now for all the time that it took. I remember we spoke about this a year ago at the meetup in Lisbon, and this is just amazing shit, folks.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I have two questions for you, but maybe the first one, maybe Anne will answer
for some reason.
Okay, yeah.
Because when you're doing harrow up and harrow down, is
Mm-hmm.
it good practice to stop at last one or to loop?
That's a
And-
great question. I'm going to figure that out for you.
Okay, nobody knows.
I love it.
Nobody
The second one is how many pastéis de nata do you had already since you're in Portugal?
knows. 4. I'm leaving tomorrow, so tomorrow is going to be the
boat day.
heaviest day. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, so we're going to have pastéis de nata.
More questions? No? All right, let's wrap it.
Obrigada.
Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
So, Gustavo Galanti, right? Yes. I'm pronouncing it right. Galanti. All right. Our next speaker has been in tech for 36 years, long enough that, in his own words, he remembers when bits were few, floppy disks ruled the world. Gustavo works at Elementor as a partners manager, runs his own projects under the Dos Bits brand, and organizes WordPress Benidorm meetup down in Spain. He describes himself as a good vibes person, so you picked the right WordCamp to show up. In this talk, Gustavo will revisit will revisit some of the essential foundations of web design and share his personal view on what design means today, how it has evolved in recent years, and what changes AI brought to the design process. We'll also explore trends that are shaping the road toward 2026 and beyond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gustavo.
All right, thank you for coming. It's a pleasure for me to be here because I promised to be at WordCamp Porto, Portugal, not Porto, and I'm here. So it was a bit difficult at the moment, but I'm here. Well, let me tell you the truth, because what he said maybe is a lie, right? Because it's a tricky title for the talk. Web design for 2026. I'm not going to talk about design, really. I'm going to talk about the trends, learn the trends, and how to apply them when you leave the room, the trends. It's basically more an inspirational talk than a technical talk. I'm sharing some knowledge that I'm having from the past, and also the opportunity to, well, plenty of people know me, but maybe people don't know me, so we're going to share something, okay? So, when I got this, let me see. No. No? I see. When I got the templates, intro, I'm going to complete the intro. So this talk is not only about colors, typography, or visual effects. As I said, it's about designing solutions, not just pages. Okay. So the first thing I did is I went to WordPress TV, and I look on top, trend. How many talks about trend was in the past? Boom, 164 if I'm not wrong, okay? Yes. So I start digging in some of them. I cannot see all of them. And the pattern I notice is about presenting products or effects, things that not really talking about what a trend it is, showing up some results of a trend. And well, when I was thinking, when was the first time I worked about a trend? Well, I start searching on Google, right? Web design trends 2026, and I come in the results of this, the company I'm working for sure, Figma and Behance. So places that you can find resources on design, okay? But I remember that the first thing we normally do when we look in a trend is we check websites. I just put an image. I don't want to go and dig in online. And this is a page that you can see, for example, wow, what is this? A nice logo, it's color in the background, but the fonts are very, very soft. So I can say, well, this is a trend that how the web design is today running, right? So checking several websites, you can find a pattern and see, well, this is the way it's going. But the resources I'm using to detect patterns is, maybe, do you know this page, Pantone? Right? Pantone is an institution or an organization that normally runs, how is it called, suggestions, or, there you go, the color palettes, right? So this is the 2026 color suggestions, so you can start designing from scratch. It's different when the customer is coming telling, well, this is the color of my brand. But when you start and you need to do something from the beginning and you want to be updated today, this is a good resource. Another resource that we use on design, this is a good magazine. Do you know this magazine? Very inspirational. Take notes on this because it's when you can see good advice for designs, no? For the trends. This is another Mobin, no? Mobin is the name. Sounds a bit, it's a slang in America that is like a driving fast a car. So, but this is a good inspirational place to find good resources, and for sure Dribble, right? But my talk is not about this. It's just I'm showing some resources that you can use, but what I'm going to talk is about how the trend is really, really affecting the businesses, okay? And in design directly. So the meaning of trends on web design, I want to call this talk, okay? So the first time I worked with trends, so that picture that you see there is the building I was working, and the industry I worked in the past, it was the oil industry. That was in Houston, and from 2000 to 2007, and I started working in the software for hardware, right, for servers, doing small scripts, and at the middle of the road, they moved me to work in an intranet. So my first web design was an intranet. So, and why about trends? It came up to my mind. Because the trend is the anticipation that the company. Well, let me go back to why I was in Houston in 2003, May 27. Who knows? Raise your hand. Who knows what happened this day? Nobody knows? The WordPress community doesn't know. Okay. I was in this place working, and in that place, there's the Houston University. Matt was there. That's the day that WordPress was released. It's the birthday. It's coming now in a few days, right? I didn't know. Nobody knew about it those days. In 2004, we received some information in that company I was working that it was a blog software around in the city, very popular, becoming popular because in 2004 was the release of the plugin integration. But it was, who used WordPress in those days? In 2004, it was a flat blog, nothing like we recognize today as CMS. So, very interesting for me to know that I was there. I talked to Matt, and he remembered, yes, I was there. But who knows? I missed the trend those days. There was a popular free magazine in the city that when you open this, some of the time in the technology section, there was an interview or a comment, positive, but we didn't take care. And also I was working those days in Microsoft, support the company. So to put open source inside a company like that, it was critical. Well, so this phrase is one thing, I promise. This talk is not made with AI, okay? Because if you see here in this slot, that from the 20 talks, 15 has the word AI, okay? So my promise is to make this talk without the AI usage also, okay? So these phrases I recovered from the past. I wrote, okay, manually. Trends were not something aesthetic or inspirational, they were strategic. This is a very, very key phrase that were used in those days in the company. And the goal for the trend is to detect changes before everyone else did, not after. Why is that? It's because reacting late usually means losing business opportunities. Okay, the importance of the trend is not the result. It's if you can detect before what happened to be on top of the business. So trends are no aesthetics and are behavior shifts. I put on here the 5 steps in how to detect a trend, right? Observe changes in behavior, identify repeated patterns, analyze what is growing quickly, follow where businesses are investing, and anticipate how it could impact people and business. So this is how you detect, okay? This is probably in this talk, 25 minutes. It's impossible to go one by one, but this is basically the flow. And I put this example because it's really, really, really how you can see what the trends are affecting. Because the music always was the same. The changes is about how the people is consuming it. So if the companies or the producers or the distributors were detecting in each line, right, tape, CD, MP3, how the change is coming, your business can be adapted or grow. And in web design is happening almost the same. So what we used to do in the past, we start building the websites, right? Before, right? Classic homepage, all style layouts, design screen. Then after that, we start designing for everyone. Why? Because mobile, tablets, so we start doing responsive, grids, accessibility. And today, we are designing for everyone, plus machines. Machines is AI, okay? But I don't want to mention, but I put it AR nodes, right, bots. So this is how the trends are changing. If you're anticipating in every step, you're going to be on top of the business, okay? So the website still exists, but the way people consume, discover, and interact, it is completely changing, okay? So tell me today if you don't see any change with the AI is high speed, and the people is consuming differently the things. So we need to adapt to those moments. This is one important reality in design. Detecting trends is not about opportunities. There are also warnings. Why a warning? Because you can see negative signals, right? Like lower attention spans, less patience, reduced user trust. AI generating content is how many times you see website with AI images and it's very annoying. That so if you detect those directions, you can make your business more efficient, not falling in that mistakes or whatever you can consider that is not real. So if we detect trends early, we can adapt before business suffers. Okay? So now impact operation, the design trends. Design is no longer decoration, it's business performance. And beautiful websites are everywhere, but very effectively websites are very hard to build. I have one friend that is renting boats in the Mediterranean. Oh, look at the video I have, he says, but nobody is pinching and renting. Right? Because it's not effective. You need to have the call to action, the flow of the website is nothing really about the, and how can you detect that? Now we have many tools. You put the prompt, something, check this, and it will give you the answer, right? So that's the trend really. I don't want to say it, but I have to say, because you know, all the talks are about the AI. The AI is a trend today. You need to go in advance. And any sector, I have some friends I'm looking now working in another sector like SEO, boom, the same thing. And SEO is really attached to the design. In some way, it's connected. Websites are not interpreted before their visit, is what I'm saying, right? So machines are becoming part of the audience, right? So how many crawlers or persons designing products are scrapping or checking your projects, right? It is. Maybe I see some heads doing this because somebody suffers this, right? And what a machine can do. This is the only image produced with AI. Who imagined in the past with one sentence you can get this effect? This is something that I didn't make. It's a colleague from the work, but it's make a potato luxury product to sell and announce. Something like that. Look at that. Boom. Amazing. Also, this is the one in my head, the triangle of the web design it is, right, today. For human, business, and machines, AI, okay. I don't want to put the word again, but it's how the triangle in my head is working. But I think most of you agree with this, or maybe in the questions, no questions, after the talk you can also tell me what you think about this, because it's my vision, this. And a trend that we get in the company and the current role I have is one of the strongest trends in web design is not shifting on one isolated tool. It's about the integrated ecosystem. I think WordPress is almost going in this direction. It's integrating things inside. We're not talking only about one tool to produce a website. Now AI is also coming very soon, right? And the future belongs to those who detect change early, right? This is something that came up in a document, right, in the company that I'm working. And in 2026, the best designers won't be the ones creating pretty websites. It's the who understand how the business is going. So maybe this is the concept I want to resume, right? The trend is helping to understand the direction of the business, not to see the effects like checking what is doing the others for me to reply, right? To replicate. It's what I can do before to make. What happens sometimes is we are freelancers or we feel alone and we think we are not, it's not impacting us, or we do not impact in others. Yes, we do. We can create trends, okay? This is something that we need to exercise. And this phrase basically is the future will belong to professionals who understand business, system, and change. Is from me. This is the resume what I understand about this change. So I can do more extensive this talk, but I prefer to do this. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you. If somebody wants to talk with me outside, also I'm going to be. You know, I'm working in Elementor as partner manager. That QR code, if you want to be in contact with me, that's it's a link tree, right? So I'm waiting for comments or questions now. So tell me if you have an idea. It's to share the conversation.
Okay. Is there a question?
Yeah. It's a comment, yes.
Wait. So,
very good presentation. Liked it a lot. And my comment was that I played a lot of football when I was young.
Yeah.
And one coach once told me, it's not where the ball is, it's where the ball is going. So thank you. I think your presentation was a lot about that, and it was very, very nice.
Good, thank you. No, I mean, when I plan the talk, it's not to show what every trend speak is, oh, we have 20 products or 20 inspirational websites. It's for us to adapt how to react on the trends, right? The company I work for, the oil, is very competitive, and they put a lot of effort. What we were doing is brainstorming every week in a room with no devices. Those days we have the phones that you only open, call, and that's it. No screens. So yeah, ideas were coming from the person. What happened today if you need to brainstorm? You sit in front of the computer, prompt, and that's it. It's easier today. But you're getting the responses from the machine, not from artistically, right? Or more, but it's a reality, right? We need to adapt to those. I don't want to say AI, but it is.
Thank you for the talk.
No, please.
I'm curious what you would recommend for tools to use for creating design for non-designers. I've been experimenting a bit with them, but I'm curious what you would recommend using.
I want to say, right, I don't want to mention brands, neither the one I work, but the recommendation is to use the tool that you feel comfortable, okay? What do you feel comfortable? If I had to recommend, of course, there are several tools for design, right? Web design, right? You mean? This is one. There are others. There's Elementary one, Bricks.
But to do the actual design of the site, so like I've used Claude, I've used ChatGPT.
Exactly.
I've been using different tools to try to create wireframes and the actual design or assets. But is there anything outside of?
Yes, there are. Also, I'm working in a program that we have a set of tools from my company, right, that you can implement in the whole process. So you can make the flow of your website and image optimizer, AI, we have security, so there is an ecosystem. It's not only one tool, you know. I don't want to make if you want to talk outside, better. No branding here in the stuff. It's more open source, the code.
Thank you, Gustavo. You said no branding, but I have to.
I have it, yeah.
How is Elementor preparing for present and future where the visual layer of the internet is not as important when the machines are consuming the websites, given that you're a visual layer company?
Sure. As you may see, probably you may saw, we have a new product called One. It's a One license with all our products. It's integrated. So the idea is to make the business of the agencies or freelancers grow. Maybe we are not covering all the areas, right? Because when you, well, as she said, maybe I need this, that. We don't have everything, elementary, say, right? But we are on the process, creating more new tools and introducing in this package. And also, the program that I'm running now is to help or to understand how you can implement these products in your own project. To be honest, many companies are accepting very well and some not, because the way they work is with different tools. I don't want to change, but some of the, oh, if I knew this before, I jump. Is what I say. How you feel comfortable is the most convenient.
Any more questions?
Wendy.
Thank you so much. Oh, okay. This is not about tools or anything, but what if you don't like the trend? Is there a way to counter a trend? Start a new trend?
It is. Yeah. I mean, the trend is basically what you notice, right? Remember the 5 steps I put is, the first one is to check what is on the market. But if you don't like, but it's like I said, it's a negative trend for you, and so you don't follow the trend. It's for you to understand where is going the business. But maybe you design your own ecosystem or project direction, and it's working completely fine. I mean, the trends is let me see if I can say this. Not necessarily because everybody is doing something will work in your project, right? You have the idea, but the most important thing is the base of the usage, right? Or the direction of the companies. Most of the companies, I'm talking about my company, but several companies are doing the same, integrating products and giving one solution in a huge ecosystem.
We still have time for one more question. Anyone? 1, 2, no?
No, that
okay,
means
so
everybody wants coffee, that's it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So we have coffee break now. We have until 11:30, and we'll be back at this room at 11:30. So go eat something, go drink some coffee.
Thank you very much.
Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
Inteligência artificial e WordPress, entre a defesa inteligente e o ataque automatizado. Já ouvi dizer que isto vai ter umas surpresas aí pelo meio, portanto vai ser interessante. Nesta sessão vamos perceber como é que a IA está a transformar a segurança do WordPress, desde a detecção inteligente de ameaças e até novas formas de ataques automatizados. Portanto, dê as boas-vindas ao Lucas. Sem mais.
Olá, malta. Tudo bem? Bom dia. Olha, obrigado mais uma vez por estar aqui no WordCamp. Vou começar com a mesma pergunta do WordCamp do ano passado. Quem aqui tem seus sites protegidos? WordPress. Quem aqui tem sites WordPress? Opa, maravilha, ótima pergunta. Nós sabemos que a cibersegurança está deixando um bocadinho mais assustado a todos quando nós falamos agora de inteligência artificial, né? Quem está aqui a acompanhar as notícias, temos o Cloud Mitos, que está a ser o terror, né? E a malta acha que aquilo é o que vai resolver o problema da segurança de todos, mas estamos completamente enganados, né? Era um dia de fevereiro, estava ali a pensar, vamos montar uma ferramenta para automatizar os ataques, os pentests, as auditorias de segurança. E eu acabei de desenvolver uma ferramenta Zita que eu vou usar hoje. Então, assim, quem que é pessoa corajosa que quer ter o seu site testado ao vivo, aqui? Pronto. Qual que é o seu site? Vamos lá. Vamos aqui pegar um promptzito que eu já disse que eu tenho autorização para fazer. Nada. Tem autorização? Pronto, isso é que é. Eu não estou usando uma inteligência artificial cloud de última geração, estou usando uma inteligência artificial aqui, uma API uma API no modelo chinês, com uma tecnologia chamada Trust Envelopment. Então ele vai tratar isso de uma forma segura. Então tudo que é trocado de dados com essa inteligência artificial fica na memória RAM, então não se tem nada. E também são informações públicas que qualquer pessoa pode ir lá chegar. Como que é o site? HOVO.pt. Isso? Pronto. Então isso, ela vai começar a trabalhar, porque ela vai fazer bastante coisa cá, tá bom? Enquanto ela está ali a trabalhar, só vamos ali ver ela começar a iniciar. Qual que foi a revolução hoje da inteligência artificial a nível de segurança da informação? Foi quando surgiu os agentes, ok? Os agentes, tem capacidade. Pronto, aqui ele já vai começar, vamos deixar ele trabalhar enquanto vamos passar para a próxima parte. Deixa ele aqui trabalhar, que ele demora um bocadinho ali, e depois vamos ver o relatório final. Os agentes de inteligência artificial, os agentes que são desenvolvidos proprietários para isso, com os modelos que se usam, são bons de ferramentas, se pode aplicar ali de uma forma fácil e a utilização dessas ferramentas para fazer um teste automatizado. Tá? Vamos lá. 3 números para começar. Nós sabemos que o WordPress representa 43% da internet, né, sites. Em 2005, foram achadas 11.334 novas vulnerabilidades, 42% a mais do que 2024. Por quê? Por causa da inteligência artificial, da maioria das vezes. Tá? Dessa automatização e de como é feito esse processo de detecção de vulnerabilidades. Okay? E 5 horas é o tempo médio que leva para achar uma vulnerabilidade e fazer essa parte de exploração e divulgação dessa vulnerabilidade. Malta, 5 horas é muito pouco tempo, ok? Imagina, você desenvolveu um plugin, esse plugin tem uma vulnerabilidade, essa vulnerabilidade, se um atacante achar, em 5 horas ele já explorou aquilo lá de uma forma absurda e... Tá? Como a IA ataca o WordPress? Alguém sabe? Como que é utilizado hoje em dia para fazer a IA atacar o WordPress? Ou um agente de IA fazer esse ataque? Simples, né? Ele é utilizado, os agentes, é automatizado esses agentes, e é feito vários parâmetros. Então, por exemplo, ali, olha, nós temos botnets inteligentes. Então, vamos lá que uma pessoa vai lá e descarrega um PDF lá comprometido, um orçamento de um cliente, olha que fixe. Chega aquele e-mail lá maravilhoso, olha, quero um orçamento. Agora, não tem nome da empresa, não tem nada, aquele e-mail phishing que se calhar a maioria de vocês já receberam alguma vez, né? E vai lá, descarrega aquele PDF, e aquele PDF cria um botnet dentro da sua máquina, certo? Com uma ferramenta que vai poder automatizar ataques onde o atacante, que geralmente está usando uma inteligência artificial, vai chegar e vai falar, olha, inicie o ataque agora em tal site, tal target, certo? Malwares polimórficos, alguém sabe o que é? É aquele malware que se, vamos supor ali, evolui conforme a necessidade. Então, ele entrou e viu uma informação específica, né, no seu computador, viu que tem um backdoor no seu computador, ele vai explorar aquele backdoor. Se ele vê que aquele backdoor foi fechado, ele vai lá explorar uma outra vulnerabilidade que tem na sua máquina, no seu site WordPress e assim por diante. Então, isso também, na maioria das vezes, é desenvolvido hoje com inteligência artificial, para conseguir ter essa facilidade de se automodificar. Tá? Reconhecimento automatizado, que também é uma das técnicas que nós estamos a fazer ali no site do nosso colega aqui. E phishing com IA, que, eu vou ser sincero a vocês, eu já cheguei a ver phishing feito por IA que, se eu não fosse passar o rato em cima para ver se o link era realmente daquela empresa, eu mesmo iria cair. Tá? Então, realmente está muito, muito, muito perigoso e temos que ter essa atenção extremamente, ok? Botnet se adapta em tempo real. Então, antigamente, quando alguém ia desenvolver um botnet, tinha que ser desenvolvido para aquela questão específica, né? E hoje em dia, com a inteligência artificial, a chamar uma IA, a fazer uma conexão com um servidor de inferência, ele consegue se auto-modificar, né? Então, hoje está a fazer um ataque num site X, amanhã já começou a explorar um outro site, ou um outro servidor, e assim por diante, né? E ali, como um exemplo da analogia que eu fiz ali, né? O ladrão tenta achar uma chave de cada vez, uma única vez. Se você tem 20 IPs, 20 máquinas aqui, todas as máquinas aqui estão infectadas, né? Vai fazer um ataque a um site, e cada um tem a sua rede própria, só vai ser contado como uma chamada, um IP, um acesso, uma tentativa de acesso, e muitas vezes um WAF tradicional, um firewall tradicional, com uma tentativa não faz um bloqueio, certo? Por isso que hoje nós também temos que ter inteligência artificial na nossa proteção de borda, certo? Por exemplo, nós temos um firewall com uma inteligência artificial, né? Com uma tecnologia que nós chamamos de UABA, né? Que é uma tecnologia que, por exemplo, eu acesso o meu site, o meu WP Admin, todos os dias das 9 da manhã às 18, de segunda a sexta, certo? É o meu padrão de acesso. E se alguém acessar com o meu utilizador minha palavra paz às 22 horas? Certo? Isso é o quê? Isso é uma fugir do padrão, né? Enquanto se tem uma tecnologia com o ABA e também tem uma tecnologia com inteligência artificial, ele vai pegar essa informação, vai entender o seu parâmetro e vai lhe fazer um alerta. Não que você não possa estar a aceder realmente naquele horário, mas ele vai gerar um alerta específico para você, certo? Então isso é você usar a inteligência artificial de um modo que vai lhe ajudar a entender padrões, detectar padrões, né? E proteger o teu site, por exemplo, de ataques automatizados de inteligência artificial, né? Por exemplo, o XML-RPC, né? Malta, desativem isso do vosso site. Como ali está ali, um único pacote pode empacotar ali 100 palavras passe, e isso pode tentar fazer ali uma chamada ali de tentar fazer um brute force no teu website do WordPress, e pode simplesmente, se você não tiver um WAF configurado, que eu já falei em outras palestras ali, que é importante ter esse WAF no seu site. Se você não tem, tenha um WAF, é importantíssimo, tá? Web Application Firewall, veja com o seu provedor de hosting, né? A maioria dos nossos parceiros aqui, eles têm o WAF, então é importantíssimo, tá? Phishing gerado por IA, né? O phishing antigamente era muito genérico, né? Ou era o príncipe da Nigéria, que lhe mandava um e-mail. Quem aqui já recebeu o e-mail do príncipe da Nigéria aqui, por favor? Levanta a mão. Acho que todo mundo, né? Exatamente. Ou, por exemplo, ultimamente eu recebi eu nem sabia que existia mais, mas eu recebi aqui a filha do Trump ia me dar não sei quantos $1.000 lá, milhões de dólares. Eu falei, opa, maravilha, quase que eu cliquei. Fiquei um bocadinho tentado. Mas hoje está muito mais, porque nós temos hoje uma categoria que chamamos de Spear Phishing. Alguém já ouviu falar o que é Spear Phishing? Né? Spear Phishing é o phishing, é um target já definido, né? Por exemplo. Como que geralmente fazem esse target definido, né? O phishing é a primeira parte, é um conjunto para fazer um cyberataque hoje. Você trabalhar em engenharia social junto com o Spear Phishing. Geralmente é a porta mais vulnerável que nós temos, porque a porta mais vulnerável que nós temos hoje em dia são as pessoas, perfeito, o ser humano, né? É o ponto mais vulnerável que nós temos hoje dentro da cibersegurança. E qualquer cibercriminoso ou atacante que vai fazer isso, ele vai sempre tentar explorar o ponto mais frágil, certo? Porque hoje a tecnologia está muito alta, nós temos firewalls de última geração, nós temos tecnologias extremamente avançadas, tá? Então, esses spear phishing, eles vão, por exemplo, num comercial, num gestor comercial, e vão lá mandar um e-mail específico para aquela pessoa, recebe aquela informação daquela pessoa. Aí, por exemplo, eu mandei um e-mail, por exemplo, para o dono da empresa, certo? Vou pegar ele como exemplo aqui, que já estamos a fazer o teste no site dele. Mando um e-mail para ele, ele me responde, olha, eu quero uma informação qualquer. Um e-mail legítimo, certo? Ele vai me responder esse e-mail legítimo. Com esse e-mail legítimo, eu vou receber a assinatura dele, certo? E com a assinatura dele eu vou criar um e-mail spear phishing, com a assinatura dele, do jeito que ele fala, como ele fala, vou usar a inteligência artificial para detectar como ele escreve o e-mail, e aí eu vou fazer um e-mail assertivo para a gestora financeira dele, por exemplo. Imagina, né? Olha, pague-me aqui uma fatura para tal empresa, urgente, né? Então, isso acontece. São vetores de ataques que a inteligência artificial está a explorar bastante, né? Malware evolui sozinho, atenção, com a inteligência artificial. O malware, ele agora é polimórfico, ok? Então tomem cuidado. Por exemplo, cuidado com plugins que vocês carregam no seu WordPress, que vocês usam no seu WordPress, né? Cuidado com as vulnerabilidades que você tem no seu site WordPress, dos seus plugins, que a maioria das vulnerabilidades que tem no site WordPress é através de plugins, ok? Por exemplo, eu tenho lá um plugin vulnerável. Eu exploro essa vulnerabilidade desse plugin. Se eu uso um malware polimórfico nesse teu plugin, ele vai fazer o que quiser dentro do teu site WordPress. Ele vai evoluir para um outro plugin, ele vai chamar uma outra ferramenta. Se, por exemplo, um profissional de cibersegurança vai achar onde ele está atuar, ele vai trocar para uma outra tática de utilização. Tudo isso a partir da inteligência artificial. Tá? Reconhecimento automatizado, né? Então, 91 das vulnerabilidades estão em plugins, não no core do WordPress. Isso é um fato. Né? A equipe do WordPress que trabalha no core são profissionais extremamente competentes, profissionais dedicados, uma comunidade dedicada, e com isso nós sabemos que quem desenvolve os plugins, uma vez que nós submetemos o plugin, é analisado, né? Mas depois que você submete esse plugin e é analisado, a manutenção fica por parte de quem desenvolve. Então, vamos supor, eu lancei uma versão 1.0, vamos supor que o Freitas ali é a pessoa que aprovou meu plugin, certo? Mas a versão 1.0.1 não vai ter nenhuma auditoria, nenhuma validação para subir esse plugin no repositório do WordPress, certo? Então, por isso que nós temos que tomar cuidado, né? Às vezes, olha, isso é uma coisa que acontece, por exemplo, né? Eu sou um atacante, eu faço um plugin fidedigno, eu mando para o WordPress um plugin genérico fidedigno, certo? Por exemplo, um plugin de forms, que a malta usa. Mas o meu intuito é prejudicar sites WordPress, certo? A análise do plugin vai passar na primeira vez, correto? E depois eu faço um backdoor no meu plugin, uma atualização 1.1, e a partir daquele momento todo mundo que descarregou e atualizou o plugin vai estar com o site vulnerável. Então nós temos que tomar muito cuidado com os plugins que nós instalamos e as pessoas que fazem essa manutenção, esse mantenimento, e sempre verificar o patch de log, de update, verificar, pode abrir o repositório é público, vocês podem abrir o repositório, quem é desenvolvedor lê o código do plugin, para ver se realmente o código está bem feito, está seguro, vocês podem fazer isso, ok? E como a IA defende o WordPress, né? Nós estamos a falar aqui de ataques só, de vulnerabilidades, de IA automatizar tudo e evoluir tudo, e como nós podemos fazer para usar IA para a nossa defesa, né? Como nós podemos fazer isso também? Como nós podemos nos defender também, não só com a IA, né? Primeiro, base de regras comportamentais. Aqui eu coloquei, né, que é o padrão que eu disse, né, baseado em comportamento. Se vocês tiverem uma solução de firewall ou de WAF que tenha essa opção desse WEBA, ou não tenham, procure uma solução dessa, é importante, tá? Como eu falei ali, né? Assinatura conhecida, bloqueia, né? Esse padrão é normal, analisa. Então, você ter a inteligência artificial para fazer essa análise junto com as suas ferramentas de segurança é hoje a base principal para você estar completamente não, desculpa. Usar completamente é erradíssimo dentro da cibersegurança. Minimamente seguro, ok? Vamos lá, detecção de anomalias, né? Alguns conceitos, como eu falei ali, voltando ali aquela mesma coisa, região que eu acesso, como eu acesso, com que frequência eu acesso, bloqueio de região, por exemplo, o meu site é só para Portugal, né? Eu vou deixar o acesso do site restrito apenas a IPs portugueses. Ou, vamos supor, não, meu site é mundial, mas a minha equipa só faz a gestão do website em Portugal. Bloqueie o WP login só para IP português. É uma tática simples que você consegue aplicar de uma forma mais segura, né? É muito mais difícil um ciberatacante usar um IP português do que usar um IP, por exemplo, da Rússia, da China, né? Isso acontece muito, né? Análise comportamental de malwares, né? Você ter ferramentas que conseguem ver toda a parte do processo do teu servidor, né? Existem algumas ferramentas a nível de servidor, de auditoria de servidor, como o Linux Audit. Então, puxando um pouco a parte do site WordPress, o servidor é uma base sólida e importante para o teu site WordPress, tá? Se você não tiver um servidor com uma boa configuração, com bom hardening, né, do servidor, não adianta você ter um site WordPress completo, minimamente seguro, com um plugin de segurança, com a API REST desabilitada, né? Não adianta. Se você não tiver o seu servidor com PHP atualizado, certo? Com o Nginx atualizado, né? Apache ninguém mais usa aqui ainda, né? Não, pronto. Com Open Lightspeed ou Lightspeed também, né? Para ter um bom desenvolvimento ali e velocidade no acesso do teu website, certo? Então isso é importante, ok? Virtual Patching automático. Hoje, existe algumas ferramentas que fazem aplicação automática de patch. Vou dar um exemplo, por exemplo, teve o Linux, que teve uma vulnerabilidade de 17 anos que foi descoberta há um bocado, né? E essa vulnerabilidade estava lá há 17 anos, a inteligência artificial ajudou a encontrar essa vulnerabilidade. Por acaso, era uma vulnerabilidade que ela não era algo novo, era algo que já foi replicado do kernel do Linux em 2000 agora não vou falar o ano certo, mas 2000 e qualquer coisa, acho que 4 ou 5, alguma coisa assim. Não vou dar a data exata, porque eu não lembro, ok? Mas que a inteligência artificial detectou aquele padrão e viu que tinha essa vulnerabilidade nas versões atuais do kernel do Linux. E se você não tiver um patch, existem ferramentas que já fazem essa aplicação de patch de forma automatizada. Isso serve para sites WordPress, serve para os web servers que vocês usam nos seus servidores e serve também para os seus servidores. Tá? Tem ferramentas que fazem aplicação de patch. Eu vou dar um exemplo de uma ferramenta que eu gosto muito, que é uma ferramenta de Threat Intelligence, que chama CrowdSec. Okay? CrowdSec é uma ferramenta de Threat Intelligence, inteligência de ameaça, tem vários cenários dentro dela, e você tem plugin para WordPress, atenção, então você vai lá, crowdsec.net, não estou aqui para fazer propaganda, mas é uma ferramenta community muito poderosa, ok? Que você consegue colocar vários cenários de segurança dentro do seu próprio WordPress. Instala o plugin, instala o bounce dentro do teu servidor VPS. Não vai servir, infelizmente, para alojamento partilhado, mas acredito que a maioria de vocês, se tem um site que já tem um bocadinho mais de visitas, já tem que ter uma VPS, né? Minimamente isso, ou um alojamento dedicado, certo? Você vai instalar essa ferramenta, ela vai verificar vários padrões de vulnerabilidades que tem no mundo. Por exemplo, o seu site detectou um IP malicioso, já vai partilhar esse IOC com a comunidade, e você vai receber esse IOC de outro site. Então, por exemplo, olha, tem um IP aqui da Bulgária que está a fazer cyberataques em sites WordPress, em Portugal. E você não recebeu nenhum ataque desse IP ainda. Com essa inteligência de ameaça, você vai ter já na sua blacklist esse IP, para evitar que esse IP nem sequer faça um ciberataque no seu website. Então, esse tipo de ferramenta, que são ferramentas que hoje nós temos que usar para os nossos servidores, para os nossos sites WordPress, para se proteger das ameaças da inteligência artificial. Tá? E agora, como nós podemos priorizar as ameaças, né? Assim, nós queríamos priorizar as ameaças em tempo real, né? Todos nós queríamos, opa, surgiu uma vulnerabilidade, carrega no botão, puf, resolvido, né? Ou nós estamos a dormir ali, olha, sonhei que tem uma vulnerabilidade no meu site WordPress, levanto, abro, tem uma vulnerabilidade no meu site WordPress. Vamos corrigir aqui, aperta o botão, está resolvido. Nós queríamos que fosse assim, todos nós, né? Lógico. Ninguém quer ter seu site comprometido, sua marca comprometida, seu projeto comprometido, né? Mas eu separei algumas coisas que minimamente é importante nós seguirmos, né? O que nós precisamos fazer de imediato? Deu um problema, larga tudo que você está a fazer, larga tudo, completamente tudo, e vai corrigir. E o que você pode esperar, eu falo amanhã, mas não deixe para amanhã o que você pode fazer agora, tá? Mas algumas coisas que não precisa ter tanto desespero para se fazer quando se tem aquelas regras, tá? Exige autenticação? O ataque, a vulnerabilidade, exige uma autenticação de administrador para ser rodado, né? Ah, eu tenho um administrador só no meu site WordPress. E e a vulnerabilidade só dá para se fazer com o seu usuário administrador. Opa, não há necessidade de você ter tanto desespero, certo? Sendo que se você tem uma autenticação 2 fatores, configurado, que eu acho que todo mundo aqui tem, né? Pelo amor de Deus, levantei a mão, todo mundo. Eu vi todo mundo que levantou e falou que tinha site. Ok, pronto. Todo mundo tem que ter autenticação 2 fatores ativos, ok? E, por exemplo, exige autenticação, né? Exige acesso de admin. Condições específicas raras. O que é isso? O que é uma condição específica raras? Preciso ter uma extensão do PHP específica para que aquela vulnerabilidade funcione naquele plugin. Né? Por exemplo, preciso ter uma extensão muito específica do PHP para aquilo. Então, você sabe também que é uma condição rara, que você não precisa, é preciso atualizar, atenção, toda vulnerabilidade tem que ser corrigida, é fato, mas nós podemos esperar um bocadinho mais, né? Poucas instalações ativas, por exemplo, um plugin ali com poucas instalações ativas, então um ciberatacante não vai ter muito prazer em atacar 6 sites do que atacar 200 mil sites, né? E sem exploits conhecidos em uso, né? Quando já não tem uma CVE publicada naquele teu plugin, você não vai deixar o plugin lá com a CVE publicada, não é verdade? Você vai estar lá, vamos supor, o Lightspeed Cache. Eu gosto de usar o servidor Lightspeed, mas o Lightspeed Cache, que é um plugin do WordPress, teve 4 vulnerabilidades no ano passado. Altíssimas, ok? CVE 9 para cima. Você tem aquele plugin a rodar no teu website e tem uma CVE publicada no website. Por que você vai deixar o teu plugin instalado com uma CVE aplicada? Não existe porquê. Não há sentido, certo? E atualize isso agora. Sem autenticação exigida. Imagina, não precisa ter nada de autenticação no teu site, consegue fazer um cyberataque. Isso aqui é dia zero, malta. Larga tudo, joga tudo pro ar e vai corrigir o teu problema, né? Plugins com milhões de instalações que são explorados vulnerabilidades. Vou dar um exemplo. Era uma vez que eu estava num domingo, em casa, sossegadinho, tinha um website nosso que tinha um plugin de registro de usuário. Registro de usuário, user roles, alguma coisa. E daqui a pouco eu recebo um e-mail assim, eu tenho tudo monitorizado, recebo um e-mail, usuário registrado. Eu falei, caraças, abri lá, usuário registrado, um nome esquisito, apaguei aquele usuário, já fiquei assim. 2 minutos depois, usuário registrado de novo. Eu falei, fogo, não é possível, pá, não é possível. Fui lá, fui começar a analisar os plugins, vi que era originário desse plugin, apaguei o plugin, verifiquei o website e vi que realmente aquele plugin tinha uma vulnerabilidade de dia zero, atenção, né? E depois de 2 meses foi corrigida a vulnerabilidade, atenção. 2 meses depois desse ocorrido comigo. Pra vocês verem o quanto tempo, às vezes, o desenvolvedor demora para fazer uma correção de uma vulnerabilidade. Imagina quantos websites que foram comprometidos durante esses 2 meses. Não, eu desativei o plugin e fui para o outro lado. Esquece, aquilo ali já não uso nunca mais. Desenvolvi a minha própria, por acaso. Eu fui lá e resolvi de outra maneira. A minha colega está aqui para falar que sim. Exploits já em uso, ativos. Então, nós temos alguns exploits ativos ali que são familiarizados, né? Por isso que nós falamos assim, olha, se você não usa API REST, desativa a API REST do seu WordPress, né? E, agora, se vocês quiserem tirar aí uma fotozita também que é fixe, para vocês verem ali algumas comparações ali que eu fiz, tá? E agora, antes de continuar aqui, que eu estou com pouco tempo, vamos ver como que está o nosso andamento do nosso teste, que isso aqui todo mundo está aqui à espera, não é verdade? Está todo mundo aqui até agora. Ninguém levantou até agora por causa disso, que eu tenho certeza. Tá, então nós temos aqui ainda a rodar, tá? Vamos lá. Olha, por acaso ele está aqui a trabalhar bastante, ainda vai demorar muito mais ainda para sair. Mas olha, aqui a gente tem algumas informações dele, ainda nada. Ele ainda está aqui a rodar. Mas eu vou deixar ele a rodar, depois eu vou compartilhar com vocês o teste. Está demorando bastante. Às vezes ele dá uns erros, por exemplo, usar uma ferramenta, dá um pequeno erro ali porque ele não tem a API configurada, né? Tem algumas ferramentas de segurança que precisa usar a API para usar, mas ele já rodou algumas ferramentas aqui. Por exemplo, ele já sabe qual que é o IP real do site. Ele também já sabe qual que é o mapeamento de todas as subpastas que o site tem, porque o Amaz é uma ferramenta que faz isso, certo? E aí ele também já puxou aqui todas as informações de todos os caminhos de API que já tem no site aberto. Ele já deu done aqui. E agora ele está fazendo um mapeamento de todas as portas que esse servidor tem. Então, vamos supor que o servidor tem a porta, usa lá o NetData para monitorar as informações do servidor. E o NetData está com a porta aberta. Ele vai acusar aqui que tem uma porta aberta nesse IP do servidor. Okay? Então, ele está aqui a trabalhar. Está demorando muito mais do que eu imaginava que ele ia demorar. Quer dizer que ele está arrumando bastante coisa para trabalhar bem? Não quer dizer que está mal, tá? Atenção. É só que ele está a trabalhar bem. Não, vai. Até o final, agora não, mas até o final... Ah, pronto, aí sim, olha, com bom WAF, realmente, com bom WAF, com tentativa, é perfeito, é isso mesmo. Mas vamos ver no final, Eu confio na minha ferramenta. E pronto. Agora algumas dicas aqui também, né? Algumas correções que é importante ali, né? Desativar o que não é usado, autenticação sem exceção, mude o URL de login, cada pessoa com login, nada de partilhar o login, malta, pelo amor de Deus. Isso é um princípio da segurança, né? Atualize, como se a casa estivesse pegando fogo, né? Firewall na camada de aplicação, que é o AF, certo? E monitorização sempre, ok? Agora, plano de uma página, né? Isso foi o que eu coloquei aqui para vocês. Vamos fazer um plano de uma página, né? Se acontece um incidente, para quem que eu ligo? Né? Quem que eu aciono? Se eu não sou profissional de segurança, se eu não entendo nada de segurança, se eu sou só o desenvolvedor, e não tenho nenhuma expertise nisso, e também não sei atualizar, não sei fazer nada, sou o gestor, o que eu faço? Ativo o hosting? Ativo o desenvolvedor? Tenho uma equipe de segurança? Quais são os telefones de emergência para onde eu ligo, né? Como, por exemplo, o 112, né? Onde estão os meus backups, né? Qual foi o último dia do meu backup? Qual foi o último dia do backup de vocês? Hoje. Perfeito? Perfeito. Perfeito. Né? Aí tem que se fazer um teste periodicamente, né? Mas tudo bem, vamos supor que está tudo impecável. Como colocar o site em manutenção imediata? Malta, primeiro você arranca do ar, depois você resolve o problema. Você não vai querer resolver o teu problema com o teu website a trabalhar e a prejudicar os seus usuários, certo? E qual que é a primeira coisa que eu verifico, né? Troca a palavra passe, base de dados, FTP, e essas informações. Malta, tem mais coisa que eu queria passar ali, mas o meu tempo já fechou, né? Já me cortaram ali. Aqui tem meus contatos, meu LinkedIn, meu GitHub, e o que quiserem conversar comigo depois, estamos sem tempo agora, mas não vai ter tempo para perguntas agora, mas quem quiser depois conversar comigo ali, porque eu já extrapolei um bocadinho o tempo, e eu vou deixar aqui o teste a fazer, depois a gente bate um papo junto, tá bom?
Obrigado, Lucas.
Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
A gente ríese, pero no, eu podo. Pero bueno, a miña maneira, que é un poquinho rara, ya lo sé. Mais despacio, sí, claro. ¿Ah? Portulego, sí. Bueno, vamos a hablar de la evolución del SEO en tiempos de IA y vamos a retomarnos un poquito la historia. Yo soy hijo de inmigrantes. Aquí en Portugal tengo una historia importante de inmigración en América. Yo me crié en un barrio de gallegos, portugueses e italianos. Y hace 20 años me vine a vivir a Galicia y mi vuelo fue directo de Caracas a Porto. Y yo ya conocía un poco, obviamente, la cultura portuguesa, la comida, y una de las cosas que más me impresionó, que más me gustó, fue la música. El fado, ¿a quién les gusta la música? Me gusta la música, pero el fado tiene algo de emoción muy potente, que tú sientes, ¿verdad? Que de alguna manera el protagonismo de la voz, de los instrumentos, hace que tú sientas la historia, el dolor, la añoranza. Entón, claro, o fado. Ya volveremos a o fado y qué relación tiene con el mundo do SEO. Quiero que me respondan, ¿a quién le afectó de forma negativa la IA en buscadores? De forma negativa. ¿Nadie? Muy bien. ¿Y a quién le benefició? Muy bien. Premio, muy bien. Premio. Aquí todos están premios, ¿vale? Tengo unos premios un poquito más que tengo que tener cuidado cuando los lanzo. Puedo romper cabezas con esto, pero vale. Ok, ¿a quién le benefició? Muy bien. ¿Quién ve con optimismo el futuro? Muy bien. ¿A quién le toca? Venga, a ti. Ok, muy bien. Muy bien, me alegra. ¿Quién cree que el SEO está muerto? ¿Alguien? ¿Nadie? No iba a dar premio para esto. Tú no te das premio, tío. No, yo no te das premio, lo siento. Cuando yo empecé a dar charlas de SEO, hace mucho tiempo, llegué a usar esta presentación del año 2013, la evolución de Google. Y Google tuvo una evolución muy interesante, pero en ese momento cada vez que introducían un cambio en el algoritmo o un cambio en la funcionalidad de los resultados, eran pequeñas cosas. Yo ahora lo veo y lo veo con nostalgia, como con dolor. Qué fácil era todo antes, ¿no? Mi madriña. Sí, pues sí. La realidad es que Google ha ido cambiando y mejorando su producto. A Google nunca realmente le importó tu contenido, o sea, ha utilizado tu contenido para darle la mejor respuesta a las usuarias o los usuarios. Esto se entiende, y han ido mejorando. Y en todo este tiempo, carajo, que han ganado, ¿cómo se dice en portugués? Dinero, monedita. Se han ganado mucho dinero y lo hemos convertido en la mayor agencia publicitaria del mundo. Ellos no tienen casi comparación, no tienen una competencia real dentro de buscadores. Tienen muchísimo dinero, pero nos dan buenas respuestas, esa es la realidad, por eso es que lo usamos tanto. ¿Cuándo pudo haber cambiado históricamente esto? En el momento de la aparición de las LLM, cuando entran ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, Cloud, Dixie, Perplexity, porque representaba una búsqueda más natural. ¿Qué pasa? Que esto le generaba a Google como empresa un problema, le generaba el dilema del innovador. No sé si lo han escuchado, la teoría del mundo de las startups de Christensen del 97, cómo plasmar la publicidad en Google sin que la gallina de huevos de oro siga dando dinero. Porque recordemos que el 75% de los ingresos de Google viene de la publicidad. Todas las iniciativas que tiene, venture capitals, temas de salud, inversión, todo, pérdidas en general, todo 75% de esto. pero tenían una ventaja, y tienen una ventaja competitiva, que representan, según StatCounter, entonces, representan casi el 90% de búsqueda a nivel internacional. Es una posición muy privilegiada, ¿sí o no? Entonces, 18 al 34. 18 al 34% es el dato que, según Reuters, la IA generativa se duplicó entre 2024 y 2025 como consumo habitual. Es bastante. La IA se convierte en el primer filtro de verificación para muchas personas y 50% confiamos en las Google IA Overviews. ¿Quién confía en las Google IA Overviews? ¿Sí? Muy bien. ¿Ahí? ¿Premio? Muy bien. Vale. Sí. Bueno, aquí están los análisis de Reuters de esto. Cuando yo veo estos datos, I'm too old for this shit. Pero es la realidad. Es la realidad. Déjame coger más para mí porque les veo poco participativos. Peños de las buenas aquí, no solo de marca blanca. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos en la actualidad con Google? Un buscador vitaminado, con años de experiencia de indexación, años de experiencia con una base de datos muy buena. Controla la distribución, todos nosotros usamos Google. El uso de entidades que le ha ayudado a organizar la información de forma eficiente. Datos estructurados que enriquecen la SERP. Cuando envié esta presentación, el 3 de mayo, todavía las FAQ, Fucking Asking Questions, eran importantes, ya no. Google Business, Maps, YouTube, nuestros datos, porque ustedes leyeron los avisos de privacidad, ¿no? Nuestros datos de usuarios, por supuesto, y una IA Overviews que nos da respuesta de consultas sin necesidad de entrar en la web. ¿Sí? Más el modo IA, que ha pasado un poco desapercibido. Por lo menos en España, no veo que mucha gente lo use todavía mucho, ¿no? Aquí en Portugal, ¿sí? El modo IA, bueno. Entonces, ¿qué es el fado? Pregunto en Google. Y antiguamente, muchas webs creaban contenido de buena calidad para responder esta búsqueda, pero seamos honestos, como usuarios y usuarias, seamos honestos. ¿Qué es mejor? ¿Que nos los den así o que tengamos que ir página a página en 10 links azules? ¿Qué es mejor? Así, ¿verdad? Muy bien. Premio. Eso es participar, premio. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Que, claro, aunque citan a las fuentes, están allí, están allá arriba, ya no entramos tanto. ¿Sí? O clique, viró fado. El futuro de la búsqueda es conversacional. Vengo aquí a mandar vitaites. Me encanta esta frase. En España, o más parecido es opinión de cuñado. Mandar vitaites. Me encanta, me encanta. No sé si será así o no, pero creo que cada vez, ustedes no buscan cada vez más larga la búsqueda, más longa, más, ¿no? Entonces, Href nos mostraba ya múltiples estudios de lo que se llamó el gran desacoplamiento. No quiero usar la palabra, pero o clique, fuese demo, ¿no? Fuese demo, partió un rayo. ¿Por qué? Porque el clic baja, pero ¿por qué aumentan las impresiones? ¿Alguien sabe por qué aumentan las impresiones? ¿Ah? Modo IA. ¿Y por qué? Porque usa nuestros contenidos. Entonces, nuestra web aparece en los resultados de buscadores, pero no tenemos un clic. Un clic fuese a una mayor vida. Según el artículo oficial de Google, de IA Overviews and Your Websites, controlar los snippets, gestionar el acceso a un robot TXT. No hay requisitos ni optimizaciones especiales. Debe ser apta con los snippets para Google. No necesita archivos marcados. Un caray. No, está bien. Está bien. Está fácil. Entonces aparecen las dudas y empiezan a ver mucha gente en LinkedIn, sobre todo, hablar de SEO, todo igual. Pero las bases siguen siendo las mismas, ¿vale? No lo digo, no estoy mandando vitaites, no soy yo. Jeff Dean, director de Google DeepMind a Google Research, el SEO clásico sigue siendo la base de ranking en Air Search, O incluso en las guidelines de Women Master Tool, las experiencias de búsqueda en BIM se basan en la misma infraestructura del SEO tradicional, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, también es verdad que estos son estudios que no tienen todos los universos de datos que puede tener Google, pero, por ejemplo, Href publica que solo el 38% de las webs de las IAS overviews que están citadas están dentro de los 10 primeros resultados del buscador. Y el resto de las citas proviene incluso de resultados mucho más profundos, que no están dentro del top 10. Por todo lo del query fan out, que hablaremos, cuando se expanden las búsquedas dentro de las IA generativas. Entonces, el 18% de las citas proviene incluso de YouTube, que ha sido una de las webs que más ha subido gracias al modo IA Overview. Cuando hacemos este query fan out, por ejemplo, ¿qué ver en Japón en marzo? Las IA generativas están expandiendo la búsqueda, conocen este concepto de las query fan out, que ha tenido mucha importancia dentro del SEO porque amplía realmente. Cuando tú haces la búsqueda de qué ver en Japón en marzo, no solo antes buscaba esto y Google solo te daba qué ver en Japón en marzo. Ahora, festivales de Japón en marzo, mejores lugares para el Hanami, clima y ropa de Japón en marzo, excursiones y actividades en marzo. Entonces, estas búsquedas paralelas que generan las IA, los LLM, los Language Model, fusionan los resultados dándonos la respuesta, nos genera una respuesta. Vamos a quedarnos con que está generando la secuencia estadísticamente más coherente y útil según el contexto. La búsqueda antigua de Google, digo la antigua, no el modo IA Overview, premia la mejor página, mientras que los LLM premian al mejor patrón matemático, en base a la tokenización que conocemos. Entonces, ¿qué estamos viviendo ahora? Retomar la época de las agencias de medios, una época dorada de medios y webs que necesitan ser nombradas, necesitan una mención de marca. Este concepto lo conocen, ¿no? El EAT, Experience, Expertise, Authoriness and Trustworthiness. ¿Conocen? ¿Sí? Sí, muy bien. Bien. Participación para premios, eso es. Para ver, ¿qué más tengo por aquí? Efectivamente. Saben que esto era realmente una cosa que tenían los quality raters de Google, personas reales que evaluaban el algoritmo si realmente funcionaba. Esos quality raters de Google tenían esas valoraciones. Antiguamente esto solo operaba para ciertos tipos de páginas, Your Money, Your Life, medicina, apuestas, salud en general. Pero esto se fue aplicando cada vez más. Y cada vez más la autoridad y la autoría se ha convertido en algo cada vez más relevante, sobre todo en tiempos de IA. ¿Quién conoce a Ana Moura? Muy bien. ¿Quién les gusta Ana Moura? ¿Te gusta mucho Ana Moura? Eso, mereces... ¿No te gusta mucho? ¿Sí? Ana Moura, quien no le conoce, es una gran cantante de fado, moderno, ¿no? Porque ella, ¿qué edad tendrá? Es joven, ¿no? Que no sé qué edad tiene. 40, ¿no? Pero ella utiliza o fado tradicional, conoce las bases de fado, con todo respeto, alguien aquí especialista de fado me puede debatir esto, conoce las bases de fado, pero sabe llevarlo a un género nuevo, respetando o fado. Para mí es lo más importante, respeta la tradición, respeta el origen, ¿sí o no? Vale. Mezcla sonidos urbanos, otros géneros musicales, así, muy bonito. Me encanta. Yo creo que podemos aprender mucho de Ana Moura, ¿no? No soy tan guapa como ella, eso sin duda, sin duda. Entonces, esta expresión, ladran Sancho, señal que cabalgamos, de la Don Quijote de la Mancha, aquí, es cada vez más importante dentro del mundo de las webs y dentro del mundo del SEO. El cómo las webs o cómo mencionan tu marca y tu página web o tu autoría en otros sitios que no sea tu propia página web, se convierte en una nueva fuente de información que las IA utilizan para enriquecer sus resultados y sus bases de datos. Todas las guías, todos los modelos, todos los LLM tienen una búsqueda por Internet. Antiguamente, ¿se acuerdan? Los primeros modelos no tenían búsqueda por Internet, ¿se acuerdan? Ellos fueron entrenados originalmente con un modelo, con una serie de bases de datos. Tenemos que entender qué es lo que ellos saben de nuestra web sin Internet, solo con el modelo de aprendizaje, para entender qué es lo que saben a partir no solo de nosotros, sino de otras webs, para entender con qué bases de datos están utilizando para hablar de nosotros. Y por supuesto, evidentemente, tenemos que ser un poco inteligentes y darles cada vez más información, al igual que lo hacíamos con Google, dándolo de alta en Search Console, enviándole un sitemap, enviándole una serie de información al buscador con datos estructurados en nuestras webs, en WordPress, gracias a los plugins SEO. Obviamente, al día de hoy, tenemos que entender qué es lo que sabe las IA, los LLM, sin la web de nosotros, y cómo podemos tratar de darle más información a través de fuentes externas. Esto, quienes se dedican al SEO hace muchos años, saben perfectamente esto porque el link building ha existido siempre, siempre, y nunca se fue. ¿Qué pasa? Está cambiando. Podemos verificar nuestros dominios y redes, por supuesto. ¿Alguien conoce esta canción? Premio para quien me la cante. ¿Alguien conoce esta canción? Una canción muy antigua de Peret. ¿No? ¿De los españoles? No voy a dar premio. Y no estaba muerto. No. Y no estaba muerto. No. Tenían que cantar un poquillo para una piruleta o algo. Esta canción de Peret estaba de parranda. Era cuando realmente para mí el link building parecía que era una manipulación de los enlaces de la autoridad. ¿Sí? ¿Quién ha usado link building? Muy bien. ¿Quién más? Tú. Sí, finalmente, pero fala fuerte, ¿no? Que te escoite mejor. Exacto, efectivamente, pero hemos usado el link building. El link building siempre ha existido, nunca ha dejado de funcionar, pero ahora es diferente, Ahora necesitamos búsquedas que te mencionen incluso sin link, porque la mención de marca se ha convertido en algo muy importante para que te citen la CIA, para que te recomienden. Las colaboraciones con otras webs y otros blogs que siempre existieron, ahora cada vez son más importantes. Esas menciones de autoridad, que tu web aparezca en directorios o medios relevantes de tu sector. Esto se dejó de hacer hace años porque no tenía impacto, pero ahora sí. Ahora sí, porque la IA no solo se basa en tu web, los LLM están leyendo más información, además de tu web. Por ejemplo, tengo una escuela de música, las mejores escuelas de fado, o las mejores escuelas para aprender español en Madrid, o para aprender portugués en Portugal. Tenemos que crear este tipo de contenido, lanzar estudios. De hecho, hoy José Freitas dio una charla en la mañana muy interesante sobre precisamente cómo crear con el método FACE, de crear esos contenidos y crear esos anzuelos, esos estudios únicos que hagan que tu contenido sea mucho mejor. Trabajar las relaciones públicas de toda la vida. Esto existió siempre. ¿Qué pasa? Ahora ya lo estamos haciendo de una manera diferente. Básicamente, sigo mandando vitaites, no sigas haciendo las caralladas de antes. Que sí, que también. Pero hay que innovar, como en el fado hay que innovar entendiendo las raíces. Entonces, ya sabemos, Fernando Tellado, amigo de la comunidad de WordPress en España, hizo un artículo muy bueno de qué disparaba las CIA Overviews, consultas informativas de qué es, cómo funciona, por qué, instrucciones, tutoriales, pasos, comparativas con tablas o listas, son muy importantes, las definiciones, consultas más técnicas. Vamos a contenido cada vez más técnico, más especializado a tu página web, mucho más que antes. Contenidos mucho más específicos a tu sector. Os voy a poner un ejemplo de un cliente con el que trabajábamos de repuestos dentales. Él llevó trabajando con él años y con la IA Overview, la mitad del tráfico dice, caray, se fue totalmente. ¿Por qué? Porque teníamos muchos artículos de tipos de yesos dentales, contenido informativo de mucho, que nos generaba mucho tráfico, y ese tráfico se fue. Estos son datos actuales. Antiguamente ese era el 80% del tráfico de la web. Contenido informativo que entraban, conocían a la marca, conocían a la web y podían comprar en la tienda online. Eso se fue. Ahí está, citado, sí, pero el clic no llega. ¿Tiene sentido seguir creando a veces ese contenido tan genérico e informativo? Nos dimos cuenta de que no tenía sentido para esta tienda online. Porque tipos de yesos dentales es una búsqueda informativa que pueden hacer muchas personas que no tiene realmente... Cambiamos la estrategia. No podemos seguir usando las mismas métricas. Ya el SEO no podemos seguir pensando en clics e solo impresiones. Tenemos que pensar más en conversiones. Tendremos menos tráfico, pero un tráfico de más calidad. Tráfico que entra porque está más interesado en nuestros productos o servicios, un contenido mucho de mejor calidad. Si queremos que de alguna manera, cuando vas a un cloud o vas a un chat GPT y le dices, dime las mejores escuelas de música en Porto para aprender fado, ¿quién hace este tipo de búsquedas en cualquiera de los LLM? ¿Quién? Muy bien, ahí va. Ahí está. Menos mal que estoy tirando caramelos. Quisiera ser más sano y regalar frutas, pero... claro, entonces, si queremos aparecer aquí, en esta, tenemos que primero... ya, ok. Ya estoy terminando. Tenemos que buscar las fuentes de cada una de estas informaciones, ¿vale? E ir directamente y contactar a estas fuentes para aparecer nosotros allí. Tenemos que ser activos. Entonces, para finalizar, estoy bien en el tiempo. ¿Qué podemos aprender de fado? Adaptémonos a los cambios. No tengamos miedo de cambiar. Es como el budismo, es una constante. El cambio forma parte de la naturaleza. El SEO va a cambiar siempre. Te dicen de matarlo. Siempre lo hemos muerto. ¿No? Cambia, simplemente igual que todo en el mundo tecnológico. Mejora la calidad, mejora tus contenidos, por supuesto. Datos estructurados, ya lo de la FAQ. Olvídate del SEO tradicional, especializa tus contenidos. Menos tráfico, mejores conversiones. Eso es lo que estamos tratando de buscar. ¿Ustedes conocen este disco de Casa Guillermina? Fue un éxito de ventas aquí en Portugal, de Ana Moura. ¿Lo conocen? Fue un disco de un éxito, creo que fue un éxito de ventas totalmente. Es cambiar, no es abandonar la raíz, es demostrar que sigue viva. Conozcamos las bases del SEO, que es la raíz, pero cambiemos con el mundo de la inteligencia artificial. Y ya está. Quiero simplemente... Rubén, ¿compraste la entrada? ¿Compraste la entrada? Ok. Aquí, gente de Portugal, de España, de muchos países están aquí porque somos organizadores, participantes, voluntarios, asistentes de la Cracovia, WordCamp Europe. Espero vernos allí dentro de unos días. Muchas gracias.
Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
What is changing very rapidly, and João will guide us through that and explain a lot of that. So a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roland. Bom dia. Eu falo portunhol, mas today I will give the talk in English. So thank you very much for the organization and for everybody to be here. It's my first time in Portugal at a WordCamp, so I'm very, very excited. Congratulations, because it's a fantastic event. And yeah, I think the title is excessively optimist, because I've been talking to a lot of agencies, and we all agree that this is a pivotal moment, and it's not roses, and it's not positive for everybody, but I think we have managed to identify some of the changes and strategies and decisions that the agencies that are having great success with what's happening are doing, and I wanted to share it with you. So, okay, this is an introduction of myself. I'm Argentinian, but I live in Madrid. This is my journey. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. It's just for you to know that I'm old, because I founded my agency in 2001. It was an influencer agency. There were no social network by then. It was fun. It was mainly marketing. I am not an expert in WordPress, as many of you might be. I've been scaling tech companies from different verticals. And then in 2023, I joined SiteGround. I don't know if you know, it's a web hosting company. I'm very proud to be the country manager and to lead operations for Spain and Spanish-speaking markets. So before starting, can you raise your hands if you have an agency, you're a freelance, you manage websites for, yeah, okay, great. So please feel free to interrupt, ask questions, or even challenge whatever you think it's nonsense, or add, whether it's constructive or not, because I want to hear your view. And also I would love to have a coffee after this with everybody that raised their hands. So I wanted to structure this in three major parts. One is what is happening, or what I see is happening. The other one is what I see, three things that I see agencies that are really taking advantage of this shift. And the other one is like the research, or what can you do if you have an agency, and some of these rings your bell. So while we were making websites, I think a lot of things happened on the last 2 years, you know, and these are some data. I've been to some events lately, and there are some specific numbers. This is old already, but over 80% of developers are using AI. Less than 30% trust the code and what the AI is giving to them. And I think like 3% are shipping or able or willing to ship a code without reviewing it. Trust is a major issue. It's true that it's going to close the gap. If at a GitHub event, the leading person for Microsoft was sharing that most of the contributors of GitHub repositories are already the AI review code, Copilot, and basically AI agents that are creating most of the code that we see in the repositories. A lot of people are skipping Stack Overflow, asking directly their models. And this is bringing, on the one hand, a way to be more productive. On the other hand, a question that is like, why is your client paying you for at the end? And this is something that if you have an agent, you must have at least asked this over the past few years and change and try to define what is that you're offering, that you're selling, what is your value proposition, and what is a client paying for. There was a slide about a phone call. It was a funny phone call with an agency that I had like a few months ago, where the owner was telling me, hey, a client called me a few months ago and told me that his nephew built him a website with the vibe coding or something, you know, and like he needed to explain to his customer why, you know, they were still paying him and why it was different. And of course, it's still like not a very deep conversation now, but it's going to come around more often. So I attended CloudFest, I think 2 months ago, and we went to the WordPress day that they organized. And this is something that the VP of product from WebPros, that they have like over 400 hosting companies as clients. And they were telling that 40% of the customers are churning because of a bad experience, because they want a simpler, a better experience as well, and not because of price. And this is something that I think it rings a bell. This is hard data, because when a client churns or goes away because of price, it's possible that you can win him back. But if he goes away for a quality of service, that's very rarely going to happen again. And if your client is churning because of your hosting, or is churning because of a plugin, or for any reason, it's your retainer, it's your customer that you are losing, and it's the opportunity to upsell and upgrade him. So what I heard, but not only at CloudFest is the latest, but we have been going to a lot of events, a lot of WordCamps as well, but a lot of different events for agencies and AI, coding, etc. And this is like the signal I'm hearing. Everybody's saying software cost is going to zero, the price of software as well. And clients, they don't hire your agency because it's hard to build a website, or because they want to have the plugins updated. They want your trust. They want to delegate that, and they want your expertise, your strategy, and your advice. So, and I had a slide that I didn't put it for the sake of time, but if you see what the market it looks like, it's compressing agencies and service providers in general, freelancers, anybody that is building for third parties. On the bottom, you have the do-it-yourself, which now is much more accessible. There are different solutions, and there is the gap is closing. So most of the clients that didn't have a big budget, or they were price sensitives, they are having less friction to go into that road and to do whatever they want to do themselves, and to skip the agents. And on the other side, on the upper part of it, you see that the very big strategic agencies and consultancy firms are also getting that part of the niche. So everything that is in the middle is getting compressed, and it's creating a truly a hard time for a lot of agencies there. And I think I wanted to put this on a positive note, because I think it's a really good moment to make some strategic decisions and to take advantage of that. Basically, if you do, or at least what I see is agencies that successfully are doing these three things, are managing to charge more for the time they invest in a project. So because they can leverage AI, automate, scale, and stop charging by hours and start charging by outcomes. And the first thing that I notice is something that most agency accelerators or communities that I've been, they say it a lot. And it seems obvious, but it's very hard to do, which is to pick your niche. You know, it's not we build WordPress sites or we'll build websites, rather than we maximize the online presence of dental clinics and double their revenue and their income and the conversions, and minimize schedule conflict, things that are very specific to that niche. Because if you are managed and if you are able to do that, there is a flywheel that happens a lot, which is, and this is an old study, I think it's from last year, and it's obviously from the US, because prices are different in Portugal and in Spain, at least. But it shows that if those agencies that have a niche are able to charge for strategy, that have a very specific niche, and the prices of the project they land, and the LTV of the clients they have is like 68 to 12% in the difference. The ability or the chances you have to start raising your prices and to start having more loyal clients. And this is because you are starting to deepen your knowledge about a specific sector, and you're able to, your product is your strategy. I used to came along a lot of, 5 years ago, a lot of website agencies, they used to give the consultant audit for free, for example. No, as a hook, like I will give you an hour of my time, I will tell you everything that is wrong and what you need to do to improve, and then hopefully like 3 out of 10 of those will end up trusting you and will end up landing as a client. And I believe there is, now the shift has to go on the opposite. You need to really sell and charge for the strategy and not for the specific things that you can do. The second area that I found is how some agencies are able to scale and systematize process, everything, infrastructure, and this is coming from strategic decision and a very conscious way of approaching, because some of the things that in the previous slide, some of the, like if you have to take one takeaway about finding your niche and selling your strategy, will be the client is not going to pay you for what you're going to build, but rather is going to pay you for the things that you are going to tell him not to build and not to do. And this is one of the compounding things, because after all, what I have seen is that there is a lot of no in the sense that you are very strict with prescriptions on what the client should do, what infrastructure should be in, what plugins, what tools should use, and also what to build and what to not to build. And then what I see, what I have identified is that there is a pattern that there are less things that they do, more outcome on the business, which means that also powered by AI, it means that there is less hours invested. And the deeper your knowledge on that sector, on that specific thing, the bigger the outcome, and the faster you can scale it, meaning that you can be more profitable, and you can stop having your margins eaten by the different layers and suppliers. So, yeah, a lot of things that could be a commodity, but also a question to be done is like, how many tools do you have that does the same thing? Thank you. Because the best ideal scenario is you should avoid context switching. So this is a quote from Hector, the CEO of Modular. Great guy and great company. They are outside. Recommend you, if you have an agency, you go talk to them. They do maintenance. And it's true, it could be one of the most profitable pillars of your company, but you need also to be strategic. It's not about sending updates and doing repetitive tasks, but it's a way to have a connection with your customer, to do a report, to do proof of work. And if you have a niche, it's a way to do very good upsells that will turn into revenue and profit for your customer, which will be ultimately what will keep your customer happy and will get you referrals. So in terms of infrastructure, a lot have changed. And what I see is that there is things that there were like the real product and 5 years ago. Now it's just a guarantee and a must. And there are a lot of components on the ecosystem that should be integrated there. And today is not common, but we're having all the models in your panel with the context of all your websites, with collaboration access, with all the CDNs on all the services that are integrated, is something that will have a huge impact on the business and also on where you use and you put the hours and your workforce. So there was like 3 or 4 studies on context switching. Like, are you guys familiar with context switching at all, or what it means? Anybody? Yeah. Well, so it is proving 2 years ago that we, like knowledge workers, we change applications and contexts like over 1,000 times a day. I believe there is less than 3% of the people we can multitask appropriately. And there is about 40% of your productivity that is gone when you are building or doing something. You have a Slack message, then you need to go to Claude to get this, and then you need to go to your website, and then you need to, this is like silently eating your margins, and it's one of the like worst uses of your time, and it's something that most agencies and companies are struggling with without even noticing. So if you manage to be very strategic with your stack, build on top of that, and ensure you can replicate the cost saving and the outcomes will be compounding. So as we were saying, we need to, what I recommend you to have one ecosystem, build on top of that. And then what I see on WordPress, and I was talking with Carlos and most of the community. I really believe that we have an advantage, and it's about the community and the ecosystem as such. There is over 60,000 plugins, this type of events being here, ability to collaborate and to maintain, to have everything documented. I think this is the real advantage that we have, obviously being an open source as a community. So I really encourage that, and I think you know it because you are here on a Saturday, stirring up the community, learning from others, which is one of the biggest advantages. And this can bring you something that I call the flywheel, which is if you are able to specialize, those are going to bring you referrals, but those referrals are going to be looking exactly what you can deliver. It's like the highest qualification of a lead that you can have that will help you attract better clients, that will help you deepen your expertise and repeat and also cascade that knowledge into all your other clients. Sorry. So, I don't know if you know Renkus. I met him at CloudFest, and he released an article on his blog. And he says it will change the definition of what we consider excellent work. And it's calling for WordPress community to level up and to really go the extra mile, to really deepen the expertise, don't cut corners, don't sacrifice any decision, and just go for the upper part of the business. So, to close it and leave some time for questions, I hope, your reset, or what I think you can do. So, if you don't have, or you are not sure about your niche, I think you can review your last 10 clients, trying to find what is the common denominator, what did you do to provide the service and to connect it. Thank you. And this will help you clear your sales pitch, your value proposition moving forward. Charge for the strategy. A lot of times we are afraid to charge in advance or to price ourselves as more expensive, especially if that doesn't involve doing hours of work, but it's about providing everything that you have done on your professional life moving forward. Then audit your stack. Like how many tools do you have that do the different thing? You should try to avoid any duplicates. Systematize onboardings, and obviously show up, which you are already doing it here. So this is a question because I did a similar, a longer talk in Madrid, and I asked the same question. It's like something to reflect. What would you be charging for to your clients if AI could do your job tomorrow? And this, I think it helps at least me, because I'm also an employee. I do other things, and it helps me to try to understand where to allocate my time more efficiently. So to be positive, and as I said, I think it's the agency model isn't dying. Actually, there is a big theme that SaaS business model is dying and everything is going to services. So I think it's a really great reset for agencies. So from building websites to making decisions, from selling hours to trust, and from working alone to building ecosystems. That's my motto. So to close, I think the last mile is still human, and it will be. And your judgment is the premium product you're selling as an agency, as an expert. So yeah, obrigado. Thank you very much.
questions? Any question? Yes. First one, please.
Juanma,
Señor.
as you said that you talk to many agencies,
Yes.
I understand that you listen agencies.
Yes.
Pain points, how do you manage? How do you help and what do you detect?
Pain point from
Customers.
agencies or customers from the agencies?
Agencies that you talk to.
The agencies are my clients, yes.
Exactly.
So the pain points they have.
What do you detect and how can you, what do you do to help in those pain points, the highlights I want to know.
So we do, I hear, at least when I'm talking to agencies, I hear, for example, from the service we provide, sometimes the pain point is that we are expensive. What I notice about those agencies normally are having a hard time to differentiate and to make a value proposition that is standing. On the other side, what I see about the agencies that have, like what I mentioned, that they have a very specific niche. Today, the pain points they have, or the most common one I see, is that they are having a hard time to cut the noise with the AI, FOMO, and everything that's out there that is changing, and saying, okay, should I go and put half of my people to do an open claw, whatever, or an A10 or Sapien or Claude or whatever it is. And how do I know that I will, this will be the best, this will be the thing 2 years from now, I'm not wasting my direction. And as a positive note, I can tell you that I'm very confident that WordPress has been around for 2 years, like AI for 2, and I'm confident it will be here for the next 20 as well. So I think it's the main pain point is how to filter what is a signal, what is noise, and where to invest your time, and what is going to be, a well time invested 2 years from now.
Thank you. We are short on time. A quick one, please.
Hi.
Hi.
If you have an agency dying and you have to give one advice, what would be?
So, yeah, you have just a few questions. You have active customers. Yeah.
It's not my example. I'm hypothetically.
Yeah. So what I will do is I will regroup the strategy and try to focus on going to market and landing clients that are going to be profitable. And profitable means that what I will do is like fire all your toxic clients or all the clients that are not a good fit, and focus on whatever had a good NPS, meaning client satisfaction from the past, and make all your efforts on getting new clients that are matching that criteria.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just a quick present.
Thank you.
So this is for you.
Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
That we were going to do the second group photo after lunch, but that was a lie. Sorry. We were probably going to try to do it at 5 p.m. So what happened was that when we did the first one, some people were still here. So can we go? So how long does it take you to build a custom Gutenberg block from scratch? An hour? Half a day? A full day if something goes wrong? The tool chain around block development has always been the friction point. The concept is simple, the setup, well, not so much. Imran Syed is a WordPress developer at WordCamp and a core contributor. He spent years making Gutenberg feel less intimidating, and in this session, he's going to show you the fast path from idea to a working block, using modern scripts, modern tooling, and AI. 25 minutes, practical, no fluff. Please welcome Imran Syed.
Hello everyone, I'm Imran, and this is my second time in Porto. Let me check with you guys. Who's first WordCamp? Okay, there are a couple of them, great. And how many of you have already built blocks before, like custom blocks? Okay, quite a few, that's great. It'll be interesting and fun. Can you guess which topic I spoke on my first WordCamp? Okay, it was about Gutenberg. That was 2019, WordCamp Pune in India, and that was the beginning of Gutenberg in the WordPress world. You know, earlier we were using editors, just regular editors, which are now called classic editors, because it's back in old times. And then WordPress Gutenberg was fairly new at that point of time. And it has come a long, long way. I've spoken over 20 WordCamps all over the world, including WordCamp Europe 2022, which was in Porto itself in 2022. And last month I spoke at WordCamp Vienna. Last week was WordCamp Turin in Italy, and now at Porto. So, and all of there, it was the same topic, WordPress about Gutenberg. So, it's going to be fun. So, who is this for? This is for beginner to intermediate WordPress developers. What you will walk away with, you'll know what's the fastest way of block development with the help of AI as a co-pilot. And how we're going to do it, we're going to use WordPress scripts and AI to scaffold complex layout in minutes. Now, what is the first challenge we face when we develop custom Gutenberg blocks? If you're building in React, then the first thing is that we need to set up our build tools like Webpack, because when you're using React, you want to ensure that most modern browsers would understand the code that you're writing. So you need to transpile it using Babel, then you're going to bundle it using tools like Webpack, and you have to do all of that manual work yourself. In order for us to give that manual work to a package, we are going to use the WordPress scripts package. Now, we'll go ahead and use the WordPress create block, which is basically going to help us scaffold it really, really fast. So I'm going to give you a demo of that. Okay, so we're going to run a command called npx at WordPress create block. And this is going to ask you a bunch of questions, such as, is it going to be a static block? Let me just change the quality to a higher quality. Okay, it's much better. So we're going to name it as an example block. What we are trying to do is we are trying to spin up a plugin for ourselves. We are calling it example blocks. And the block that we're going to build is called notice block, which will just be a bunch of text that we're going to show just as an example. And the category we're going to choose is text. And then it's asking whether you want to customize this plugin. I'll just go with the simple one, just says no. And then what it's doing is it's creating the block for you. It's spinning up using the WordPress scripts package. And as you can see now, these are all of the commands available to you, and it's already created the plugin for you. And let's go back to the slides. Okay, so what this has done is this command, it's created a plugin for you called example blocks. It asks you a bunch of questions which you answered. And then in that plugin, it's given you these are the commands that you can use. npm start to run your build for development. It's already using the Webpack behind the scenes. And the reason for using this package is because if you're doing it yourself and tomorrow if some package changes, you have to go ahead and update them yourself. But if you're giving that work to just one single package at WordPress scripts, it hides the complexity. It kind of abstracts all of that for you, so that if there are any changes in future, you just have to update one package and it goes and updates everything that has a dependency on it behind the scenes. It gives you npm run build. You can also format your files. You can run linting tools. Also, you can update the packages using npm run package update. Okay, so this is what it has created. It's created this plugin. This is the directory structure of that plugin. In the source folder, it's created example blocks, and these are the files. People who have built the custom blocks already familiar with these files: edit.js, index, save, etc. And basically, you have your source directory where it sources from, and then it builds it into the build directory. Okay, now the heart of the block is the block.json. So block.json is the modern way of building the blocks. It's been there for some time. But the benefit of using JSON is that you can define all your configurations at one place. You can define the title of the block, the category, icon, description, and what kind of attribute it supports. You can also give it the path of the directory where it needs to be installed. Like editor script, this will be the path. Editor style, this will be the path. And then it actually generates the block manifest file. So when you run npm run dev, behind the scene, the WP scripts is running the block manifest. And what it does is it basically goes ahead and scans through all of the blocks that you have and picks up the information from the block.json, and it puts that information in form of an array into a block manifest file. Now, why that is important? Let's take a look. If you had to register the block manually, you have to do it by calling register block type function multiple times for each and every block. But if you had this manifest file, this has information for the block.json for all of your blocks. So all you can do is just run one function, which is WP register block types from metadata collection, and you just need to give it the path of your block manifest file. And that already has the information of all of your block.json file. So you can just call this once versus calling multiple times. Okay, so we'll just take a look at a quick demo what it created for us. So this basically created a simple notice block, nothing fancy there. And this has just some text into it. Okay, so I've kept it really, really simple for you to understand, and then we'll move further. Okay, so this is your edit.js. This is where any code that you write here gets executed in the editor. And then you have the save.js. So the information that you write here inside of the save function gets saved into the database. Then you have the Vue.js. If you want to execute any of the JavaScript onto the front end, you can write it in the Vue.js. And then you have index.js, where you are registering the block client side using the function called register block type. And you're giving it the metadata.name. This all comes from your block.json, as you can see. And then it has the edit function and the save function, which is basically sourcing it from the edit and the save file. So that was basically the anatomy of a basic block. Now we will go a little bit further using how we can integrate, how we can incorporate AI into our development and make it even more faster. So, if we were to make any complex architecture using AI, let's take an example. Everyone knows about an accordion block, right? Accordion where you have heading and content, right? Let's say you have editors, you have clients who write content on a daily basis. And many of the times they have that content, let's say on a document, Google Doc, for instance. They have a bunch of FAQ, for example, question and answers. If we had a block, an accordion block, you have to copy paste every heading into your accordion block, then paste the content for each and every accordion item. What if there was a way where they can just do Control A, Control C, just copy the whole content and just give it to the block and let block place all the information where it needs to be? Can AI build something like that for us? You know, in today's world, everything is possible. So let's see if AI can help us do that. Okay, I think I'm facing some trouble with the internet. Just 1 second. Technology always goes wrong. There was a time I was in WordCamp Ahmedabad where it completely stopped for about 10 minutes. Yes, and this is the classic, another thing, we have an ad over there. Okay, so, okay, hopefully it works this time. Okay, finally. All right, so what we're doing here, we're just telling Claude Code to create an accordion block for us. And we are saying that if the editor pastes all of the question and answer content, basically move the heading into the accordion item heading and move the paragraphs into the accordion item content. So as you can see, it has started creating all of the files for us. And I'm doing really fast to save time. And we're going to copy the entire content from a Google Doc and give it to it. And let's see if it can do that for us. And it failed. It didn't work. Now, I'm not able to paste anything. Even if I'm pasting, it's not working. Right? So this is a classic example of it never always works the first time. You've got to be really lucky if it does. So we are going to solve the problem. We're not going to give up. We're saying, I tried pasting it, but it's not working. So I'm going to change the model. I was using the basic model, which is not that intelligent, because if I use other model, it's going to consume the what's called tokens, right? And it's going to get over really, really quickly. So that's why for any complex task, I use a more higher token, a higher agent. Okay, so looks like it has gone ahead and created the block. And it's trying to fix the problems. Let's see if the higher model Opus can do that for us. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to, okay, looks different this time. Hopefully it'll work. So copy, paste, and boom. So this actually did that. It's pasted it, but looks like it doesn't quite look like an accordion. What it's done is it's just copy pasted the whole content into that. So not there quite yet. So let's see what it does now. So I've given the information that I'm moving each heading content to the individual accordion item. I've explained the problem to it. And it says there are 2 bugs here. There's some passing issues that it needs to fix. Plain text fallback. So it's identify a bunch of issues. And if you notice, I'm always reviewing the code that is written. I'm not blindly trusting it. Okay, let's paste this time. Great. This time looks like it worked. So this is super useful, right? Let's have a round of applause for AI. Just copied it from Google Doc and pasted it here, and as you can see, it moved all of the content into separate accordion items. But there's just one last problem we need to fix, which is if you click on the accordion item, it doesn't open, right? So we need to fix the CSS. So I explained that issue to the AI, and then AI is fixing that for us. So it's going to update the CSS to show simple drop down. If you click on it, then it should open. It should slide open. And now it's all working fine. Who knew it was possible a few years ago, right? How many of you use Claude Code already? Wow, that's great. And how many of you have run into the problem of token got finished and I'm stuck with the work? I think people can relate to it, right? Cool. So, going to stop that. Get back to our slides. Okay, I'm going to give you just an example of the work that we did for our current client called Postmedia. So Postmedia is one of the Canada's largest media companies that are managing over 130 iconic brands, including National Post and Montreal Gazette, across prints, online, and mobile platforms. So they had a very rigid system of a JSON-based legacy system, and we changed that to a Gutenberg flexible ecosystem that basically allowed their editors to build high-impact brand-specific layouts within minutes with a true WYSIWYG experience. So I'll show you the blocks that we built for them. So this is their for their home page in the editor. They required a block called Cover Stories where they wanted to have the ability to select posts at a manual way and also by selecting feeds. So as you can see on the right-hand side, you have an option to do a manual post selection, which we have done right now. And then you have also an option to select feeds, which again failed on me. Okay, so looks like there is some issue with the internet, so I'm going to get past this. All right. So we saw how we used AI to do our work, right? And in today's world, everybody is moving towards using AI because it makes our work faster. But at the same time, there are a few things we need to consider. And the number one is being responsible, right? If you are flying an aeroplane, right, you have so many passengers to take care of about their life. In your case, it could be your clients that you are working for, right? You are building their websites, you're building their softwares. When you're using AI, it becomes our responsibility to make sure that we are making sure that those code that we are writing is correct. There is no issues in that code, it's secure, etc. So we need to be a responsible pilot. And security comes first. So we are the essential ingredients for AI development, and this is where our expertise shine. There are two types of developers. One is junior developers, and second is senior developers. Let me ask this first. Who all are senior developers here? Okay, many of you. How many times it happens the code from a junior developer has come to you, and then when you've asked what you've written, and junior developer has no idea because it was written by AI? Can you relate somewhat, right? So it's okay to use AI, but at the same time, we need to verify what it's doing, right? We need to understand. We can use AI to learn how it's doing things, but we cannot blindly trust the code, correct? So navigate with precisions. And also the risk with the knowledge erosion. Don't let the tool fly the plane. Relying too heavily on copy-paste can weaken your own debugging skills. So we can use AI to learn how, not just what. Okay, so these are the places where the AI can help us genuinely. Perfect, thank you very much.
So thank you, Imran. So do we have questions for Imran? Anyone? Okay, we have our savior.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for your presentation. How many days have it been that you've written your last block-related code yourself?
That's a very good question. I like to keep that a secret, but I would say it's been a long time, right? And that actually brings me to an important point, which I had also covered in the slide, that does that mean our mind is getting eroded? That we used to be like a really good developer coding. Are we going to forget coding after some time because now we're using AI? And the answer to this is no, we won't. Because being a programmer means being logical. Just using AI as our tool, as our co-pilot to do the work for us, but we are doing all the heavy lifting of giving our ideas as to what AI needs to do. So we can be like orchestrators where we can guide AI to do our work faster, but also verify at the same time.
Oh, more questions?
Hi. The more complex example that you were about to show, it's almost a pattern. So how do you see this kind of block development? Could it avoid the development of a new pattern using Gutenberg? What's your view?
I'm really sorry, could you repeat that question, please?
Yes, you were creating a block that looks like a pattern on the Gutenberg side. So my question is, if we should develop more blocks, more complex blocks instead of patterns, or it's a different thing?
Yeah. So patterns are basically to help our content team to give them kind of a placeholder content. Let's say you've developed a block, right? And you want the content editors to know what it's going to look like if it was like a full content written, right? So you give them placeholder, this is how it's going to look like, and they can just remove the placeholder content and place it there. So basically your patterns, the problem that I used to face with using patterns is that if you need to make any changes, you have to go and edit those things. So I use more of blocks versus patterns, but patterns is used somewhere where something is like really, really complex and they need to have some kind of a visual view of how it's going to look like and makes it easy.
Because I gotta be honest, I had 2 backup questions, but you answered them during your talk, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
No more? Thank you, Imran.
Thank you very much.
Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
Also AI crawlers, large language models, knowledge graph systems. Systems that don't browse your page like humans do. They extract signals. And if your site wasn't designed for them, you might as well be invisible. Slobodan Manik, is this correct?
Good enough.
Good enough? Perfect. That's not so good. He's a website optimization consultant with over 15 years of experience and a WordPress core contributor. He's been thinking about this problem for a while, and he has a name for the solution: machine-first architecture. Semantic HTML, schema.org markup, entity optimization, trust signals. This is how you build a web presence that works for the systems that are increasingly deciding whether your content gets surfaced or not. Please welcome Slobodan Manik. Is better?
So all those boring things matter now. That's the good news. Who was here 2 years ago for the WordCamp, for WordCamp Porto? More, come on. You know what's funny about this WordCamp? There was one talk about AI. It was my former colleague, Mila, right there. Shout out to Mila. 4 talks this year are not about AI. 20%. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I want to ask you before I start talking about what's happening and all. How do you feel about AI in general compared to 2 years ago? Like, is it more exciting? Did it deliver on the promise? Overwhelming? Underwhelming? Like, okay. Okay. Anyone feeling disappointed? That's good. That's good. That's great news. So this talk is not directly about AI, how we can use AI and all that stuff. It's about the world where everybody, including the people visiting our websites, have access to AI, because that changes how we build websites. And I was interviewing someone on my podcast several weeks ago, and that person told me that over 24 months, so compared to 2024, they lost 80% of their organic clicks. So 24 months, 80% gone, and you would expect someone gets fired, layoffs, panic, rebuild the website, all kinds of stuff, but none of that happened because the revenue was going up, all of the trust signals, everything that mattered, inbound pipeline was growing stronger. The person who told me this is founder and CEO of one of the best SEO agencies in the world, Will Reynolds from Zero Interactive. The funny thing there is, SEO agency loses 80% of their primary product, what was their primary product for 2 decades, and everything is fine. That's because we have the new rules of the internet. What existed before doesn't apply anymore. So let's talk about what's happening around us. I'll tell you about my work from 2009 to 2024. I spent 15 years telling clients, colleagues, bosses that they need to make their HTML semantic, websites accessible, fast, and just obvious about what they're trying to say. These were the answers I was getting every single time. And the third one, we'll do it eventually. I hated it so much. But early last year, things started to change because every major tech company started shoving AI into the browser. AI was starting to browse, use websites, get information, interpret websites for us, and do stuff on our behalf. So we had OpenAI with Operator Agent, we had Gemini and Chrome, Perplexity Comet, blah, blah, blah. Even the worst browser and the worst LLM had a baby, and it's disgusting. Look, it's not just the browsers and product launches and all that stuff, because that would be boring. Non-human traffic exceeded human traffic online last year for the first time ever. So we are all minority online for the first time ever and forever moving forward. Also, the non-human traffic is growing at a rate that is 8 times faster than human traffic, and that should be scary. Googlebot once controlled 80%, or was responsible for 90% of all the non-human traffic online, down to 30%, and it grew significantly. So it has a lot of friends, a lot of colleagues, family members, whatever. Then the algorithm solves destination. Search algorithms just find things for us. Social media algorithms just give us things when we don't even expect them. This new thing, where AI is doing things, this is where destination is not even required. We don't have to go to a website to get information from that website. So machines are doing things on behalf of humans without the human being in the room, and that's very new. The good thing is, every single website is going to work with this, right? But let's talk about agentic browsing, agentic commerce, and the concept of that for a second. So when I talk about it, and I try to talk about it a lot, the pushback I get is, but I like shopping. I like to compare products. I like to do this and that. Sure, it's not just about the entire journey from idea to purchase product. You can use AI to research for you, compare products for you, complete the transactions for you, and all that stuff. So let me talk about my favorite things to do in Porto. My favorite things about Porto is that you can run like crazy wherever you want, and you're never going to be alone. So this is me realizing before the finish line at Porto Marathon, I'm not going to die. Realizing I'm not going to die before the finish line at half marathon. So there's a pattern. That means buying a lot of running shoes. And the way I buy running shoes, I read all the reviews, I watch all the YouTube videos because I'm fascinated by tech that goes into them. It's a crazy world. That means when I'm buying a shoe, I need AI to do this. I know the model, I know the size, I know where I want it delivered. Just find it for me, please. So this should work. This is Opus 4.7, the frontier model, $1 trillion baby, whatever you want to call it. This should work. No, because the good news, it didn't hallucinate. It was honest. Not a single website gave it stock availability without JavaScript rendering, and they need JavaScript to function. They're not Googlebot. They're cheaper than Googlebot. So looking at one of those pages, and this is the page from the manufacturer, it's a great page. You can see the buy, add to cart. It says you can buy with Klarna, all the sizes, all the extra information. It's all there. The problem is, kill JavaScript. It's all gone. And this is what Claude saw. And this is most websites. So Claude found 5 websites. Foot Locker was another one, 3 more. Not a single one was giving this information. This is insane in 2026. This is crazy. So what do these AI things, let's not call them agents, let's call them AI things. What do? This is not new. This is what Googlebot, what search crawlers were doing. They consume the content and analyze it and build a knowledge base and all that stuff. What's new now is they also cite content. They have an interpretation of what you're trying to say, and the user gets to see that interpretation. They try to use your website on behalf of a human, with or without a human in the loop. What this all means is, if you want to take a photo, the direct-to-human era of internet is over. You can still talk to the human directly, of course, but it's not the only way. It's never going to be the only way again. And this is not the same as search and social media algorithm, where they're basically a matchmaker between the user and the content, but then the user goes to see the content. This is different, and every query a user has is a race to find the answer, solve the problem, whatever it is. The way you can be ready is what I call machine-first architecture. That's building and optimizing websites for machine-first, so the human behind the machine can understand them and get them delivered. And to explain how significant this moment is, how significant I think this moment is, I think it's very similar to the mobile-first explosion we saw in 2009, 2010, 2011. It was a concept back then. It was a concept that mobile-first design as a concept meant that designed for the most difficult version of your website, because going from difficult to easy is easier than from easy to difficult. Machine-first is the same. It doesn't mean ignore the human. It means make it readable by anyone or anything, and then the human will be able to use it better. The funny thing about mobile-first design as a concept, there was a book that came out in October 2011. At that time, 6.5% of all the users online were using mobile phones. So it was describing a world that is about to happen. It was growing at a rate of 25% over the last 6 months. The AI assistant traffic is growing at a rate of 40% over the last 6 months. So the constraint was big screen, small screen, and now we have to design for no screen, meaning we have no idea what the screen is going to look like where the user gets to consume our content. And the way you do that, the way you make sure that it goes through all of this and through the machine to the human, is by making sure these 4 things don't fail. So identity, structure, content, interaction all need to be understandable to machines. So let's look at them one by one with a question you need to answer for each one of them. Let's look at identity first, where the question is, can a machine, without a doubt, identify who you are, your brand, your company, whatever it is? And let's just imagine something. You can see it here, but let's imagine you have a company and your CEO discovers the dark art of vibe coding. On day 9, he deletes the website. Hey, maybe it happened. So if that happens, where do humans and machines get information about you from? Is it a blog post? Is it a podcast appearance? Is it God knows what? And are you controlling all those sources? Because this can happen. So to make sure that machines can understand your identity, I have a 3-item checklist for each one of these. So number 1, write one canonical definition about you, about your company. Who you are, what you do, who you do it for, at what scale. Be as detailed as possible. Just write it down. Don't let it be scattered in 5 pages on your website and LinkedIn page and God knows what else. Second, when you write it down, check 5 platforms that you do or don't control to make sure that the same information is told in the same story in the same words. My favorite, and why are companies not doing this? Name an owner for this definition, because when it changes, someone needs to push that update to LinkedIn and Facebook and TikTok and everywhere else. And if you can start version controlling this like we version control freaking README files, I think that's a win for everyone because it's more important than a README file. Second one is structure. You saw the Adidas shoe example. This is fundamentally broken. The worst thing even is that the schema is also broken on this page. It's showing all sizes as in stock. Someone didn't care, but the question you need to answer is, can a machine extract the correct information from your website? And the 3-item checklist is, pick your top page and disable JavaScript. Just do that and reload it and be shocked or be happy, but do that. Pick one relevant schema.org definition, product, organization, person, whatever it is, and implement it in detail, not just 2 or 3 fields that Yoast plugin puts in by default. Just do all of it. Number 3, for every page type, page template, write the top 3 things that a machine must extract and a human must receive, and just check if they're early in the HTML, in the initial HTML, or loaded later by JavaScript. Content. The question here is, will a machine rely on what you're saying and will it care? This is the poke the box to see what comes out of an LLM. A lot of people are doing large case studies and studies about how we can interfere what LLMs are doing. It's early days, but there are a few things you can do. If you rewrite the first 200 words of your 5 most important pages to lead with the answer, that works well, because if it's all fluff, the LLM doesn't even look, and it's not going to cite what comes after. It gives up. There's a large case study by Kevin Inning saying this. If you have any vague claims, like we are the best agency for accountants, who cares? You say that, nobody else does. It needs to be specific and it needs to be provable. So if you have those claims, just cut them or make them specific. Add author information in your pages, but not just as like a small box at the bottom of a post. Be as detailed in the schema. Who is that person? Who do they work for? What do they know? What certificates do they have? What is their relationship with you? What are the other profiles online? That helps machines understand who's saying what. Number 4, interaction. The question is, can a machine act on your website autonomously? Google released this page a few weeks ago, how to build agent-friendly websites. They care about this deeply, and pay attention to this. The URL of this page is something like Agent UX. Tells you what they're trying to do here. Look at this. Everything that's broken is now double broken because agents and AI cannot use it. So the questions here, and also if you've been complaining like me about accessibility and semantics, this is our I told you so moment. Everyone has to listen to that now. The last one. Sorry, three items that you can do. Every interactive element on the page, on your top conversion page, is it the correct HTML element? When you're using WooCommerce and things like that, it's mostly going to be good, but there are bad themes, there are bad plugins, there are things happening. You should check it. Every form error message and success state, that message should be structured and parsable and consumable by machines. You know browser validation for forms? Agents don't see any of that, and that was shocking. Number 3, learn about WebMCP, WordPress Abilities API, Universal Commerce Protocol. There's a lot of these protocols popping up. Decide if your website needs some of them or not, but make that decision a conscious one. So to recap, these 4, identity, structure, content, interaction. If the machine doesn't understand your identity, your structure, content, interaction, it's not gonna matter. It's going to go somewhere else. If the structure is broken, it's not going to be able to extract the content or interact with your website, so it all falls apart. If your content is not relevant, vague, it's just going to give up there. If interaction layer is broken, bad things will happen. So, I'll just, almost closing here. This is a quote from Google CEO Sundar Pichai last month at a podcast by Stripe, where he said, search will be an agent manager, and you'll have a bunch of agents doing stuff after you search. So it's not just going to be retrieval and go to that page and do stuff. Google is going to be doing things. And I know Google, but Google is responsible for 45 to 55% of all traffic online. And if we care about 42% being a big number for WordPress, that's a bigger number, so we should care about that too. The good news for everyone in the room is, out of the box, WordPress is great. Amazing. It's fast, secure, it's increasingly agent-ready because of all the work all the great people contributing to it are doing. It's so easy to mess it up, though. It's insane how easy it is. Install the wrong plugin, choose the wrong theme, the wrong page builder, whatever it is. There's nothing in life easier than messing up a WordPress website. Yeah. So WordPress is doing all of these things already, and you should be aware of them. The Abilities API, there was a talk about them today. Agentic Commerce Protocol in WooCommerce. This, I don't think this matters. It's a standard that one guy proposed and every LLM is now recommending. If you have it, just read it so you know what it says. That's what I'm suggesting. But be aware of what's happening. And finally, the last thing. AI, users using AI to access and evaluate everything we're saying. It didn't make what good website looks like. It made it easier to expose the bad ones. Just like this. Yeah. So, I know. But something that looks fine on the surface, like that, it looks fine-ish, not fine, can be rotten inside and you're not seeing this. And AI will expose this to the people visiting your website. I'm offended by this as much as you are, by the way, and I only live here. Thank you very much.
You just lost me there.
Hey, yeah.
So before the question is to you, let me ask a question to them. Who here owns an e-commerce website or develops e-commerce websites? I hope we took notes, okay? I really hope you did, because I know, yeah, been there. So, questions? Marcel?
Yes, I heard some of the concerns about that the agents are not going to be able to consume the information. I thought about the headless architecture of WordPress, pre-generating the HTML pages of the products. Is this kind of maybe a trend? Nothing to do with this?
Nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do.
Server side is good, client side rendering is bad, period. It doesn't matter how you generate the page. If it's client side rendered, any content client side rendered is just a horrible idea that needs to die.
Okay, thank you.
But headless is fine, as long as it's generated on the server.
No, I'm just asking if, I mean, like, okay, if not reading HTML, I just put HTML, that's it. For me, it'll be the nice solution. But of course, the question is this a solution at all? Or it does not make sense because we have these new tools that generate the APIs, right?
So what happens, the way the page is generated doesn't matter here at all. It's just what's generated. So it's not a solution. It's a good way to do it, but it's not a solution to a problem.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I have a question for you. Thank you so much for your presentation. You know, Core Web Vitals, we go in, we put in URL, and we measure how performant our website is. Is there something similar for everything that you just talked about?
Cloudflare has an agent readiness checker that they launched 3 weeks ago or something. It's very weak, but you can go and there are like 7 checks or whatever it has. Go there, run the check. There's a link to a documentation page for everything it checks. That's the best thing about the product. So I would start there. Yeah. Cloudflare Agent Readiness Scanner. I think if you go to my website, there's a blog post about my experience with it. So nohacks.co is the website we can find it.
And you mentioned Cloudflare, and we're seeing some of the companies trying to make a standard out of this. There is still no such a thing as this is the ideal way to deal with all the agentic.
No. The ideal way is to do things we did not do for humans, sadly.
Okay. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, good. Manuela?
More a remark. The way you approach building websites is exactly the way I approach building websites. I noticed an increase in visibility in both AI overviews and in Google with the websites that I produce over the last few weeks. particularly the websites using correct structured data and everything. Is that a coincidence, or has Google changed something?
I haven't seen the website, so I cannot tell with certainty. But structured data is there for Google and other engines to understand the content, not to push it into an algorithm or something. It's there as a tool that helps them understand what's happening. And this came directly from John Mueller from Google and someone from Microsoft, I forgot the name. So schema alone, nothing. Schema, in addition to everything else done well, is a great thing. Keep doing it. But also, also, don't overdo AI content. I'm not saying that's what's happening, because there's a thing called Mount AI where it goes up and then it never recovers.
Maybe you only use the right markup. Yeah. So, any more questions from the audience? I have a simple one. So, for a WordPress site owner...
Should I move this away? I don't want to look at this.
Yeah, that's...
Sorry. This is better.
That was depressing, man.
I'm sorry.
So, for a WordPress site owner who never has touched schema markup or thought about knowledge graphs, what's the very first concrete step you'll tell them to take? Like, tomorrow morning, you have 2 hours to do something, no more than that.
You already have schema if you have a plugin. If you haven't looked at it and you have it, that's a problem. So look at what the website is generating, and maybe there's something wrong about it, and fix it. Don't fall for defaults. Defaults are the worst thing in the world. Yeah. That's the advice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
fixing things that were already broken. And Mick Bovlet is an accessibility strategist, but not the kind who talks about compliance checklists and WCAG scores. She talks about business impact, about websites that are quietly bleeding rankings and conversions because of problems most people don't even know to look for. Every time a user bounces because they can't read your navigation or abandons a form, because the error message is confusing, search engines record a failure signal, and Mick is going to show us how to find those signals, fix them, and turn accessibility from a legal obligation into a sharpest SEO strategy, including something called the 5-second clarity test, a no-code audit you can run on any page starting today. Please welcome our dearest friend, Mick Bovlet.
Thank you, everyone. Is it on? Yes, right? Yeah? Is it on? I don't have to scream? Good. Okay. So, yeah, thank you for this very nice introduction. There's one thing I need to tell everyone up front. I would love to know here who is a SEO specialist in this room. Great. Because talking about SEO is far out of my comfort zone. I'm not an SEO specialist. I'm an accessibility strategist. I talk about money. I talk about lost business opportunities. And I have been researching for the past 2 months. I ran into all kinds of jargon where I was like, do I even really understand what this is? To a certain point I do, but I might make mistakes when I talk about your field. Feel free at the end of my presentation to ask me really hard questions, or to tell me, oh man, you had that wrong so much. I love a challenge like that. Okay? All right, so let's go. I know this sounds like a heart teaser. 23% more traffic. It's too good to be true, right? Well, one of the things I learned in the past years was that every CEO, every CFO is going to ask me, where is the data? Where are the numbers? Don't trust on gut feeling only. So I dug up the numbers. And this number here says 70% of websites fail basic accessibility standards. That's not me saying that. That is from a research from SEMrush, together with accessibilitychecker.org and BuiltWith. And BuiltWith is a company that indexes sites to show what technology they're built on, and you can get all kinds of data on them. So those are your competitors' websites, maybe even your own. So before you can continue to follow what I'm actually talking about, you need to feel something. We're going to do the clarity test. A clarity test for a page where you have to ask yourself when you see it, do I trust this site? Another one where I'm going to ask you if you know what the site is about. Or what am I supposed to do here? You will only get 5 seconds. And you have to remember that we, as professionals in this business, we are looking onto a site much deeper and much faster than others do. But I'm talking about your visitors, about your potential customers. So I'm going to start this test. For every site, you're going to get a multiple choice question afterwards. It's not an exam. You just have to remember what you thought, okay? And afterwards, we're going to discuss that. Let me get all the X notifications out of the way here. So the first one, what do you think this site is about? 3, 2, 1. Oh, now it can stop, okay. Yeah? Okay. Good. The second one, what is it about? 5, 4. No, I'm saying, I'm messing up my own test. Isn't this wonderful? The second one is, what are you supposed to do here? Now you've had more time to watch it than was allowed, but it's fine. Just keep in mind, if this is your site and your customer coming here, someone needs to understand in 5 seconds what they're supposed to do here. Yeah, sign up for an account, join the 2026 reading challenge, search for a book, or all of the, yeah, I can't tell. Yeah. That was my response to this one as well. Right. Now, remember how this felt, looking at this, the stress that it gave you, because I asked you this question. So this one, oh, I love this one. Do you trust this website? This is not a right or wrong answer, but to me, I was unsure. Something feels off, but I can't say why. As an accessibility specialist, I can say what is off, but we'll get to that at another point. So the thing is, trust failures, they do not produce a complaint. There's no one coming to you and write you an email, because that's a truckload of work for people these days, and say, I don't trust your website. What's wrong with you? Is just not so good. Yeah, no. Yeah. I was really disappointed. Anyway, so, but this, the clarity that you're looking for, what do I do here? What is this about? Do I trust this site? It has to be there like this. Okay, and what it makes our job really hard is we are not our own customer. It may be that your taste in colors and fonts is completely different than what your customer needs, right? But a customer needs to understand, what is it? What do I do here? Do I trust it? And when I translate that, there should be no hesitation, no extra cognitive effort, and immediate clarity. Now, let's go back to where I said, remember how the clarity test, even though I kind of messed it up, made you feel. Because that feeling that you just had, that's what Google is measuring you. And I know that sounds a little mushy, you know, because Google doesn't have empathy. They just want to make money. But they have telemetry. Every time a user returns to Google within seconds because they couldn't find what they came for, they are pogo sticking. Now, this is key here in this presentation because I had not heard of this word ever. And I've been building websites since 1998. So this is where I started to get insecure. Do I even know what I'm talking about? What am I doing here? I'm always talking about bounce rates. I'm always telling you, oh, when your bounce rates go up, there's something wrong with your website. And if your bounce rates are high, Google is going to bite you for it. And I figured out that is not the truth. I was wrong. We'll get to that. But if someone abandons a form because the error message is confusing, or when someone gives up because a page is cognitively overwhelming, Google returns it as a failure signal. And then I learned that bounce rates are not a signal. pogo sticking is. Are there people here who don't know what pogo sticking is? Because I had to Google that too. When I was young, I sound real old now, but when I was young, like when I was 12 in the 80s, there were rich kids who would get this stick with this big iron feather, and you could get on it and then bounce around. That's pogo sticking. And to my surprise, pogo sticks still exist. It's probably very good for fitness. But I had to learn to understand what the difference is between a bounce and a pogo stick. So for those who are not into SEO, bounce is when user reads a page and leaves your site. But if the bounce rate is high, because you can always see that in your analytics, you know something is wrong with your website. Maybe it's the user experience. Maybe it's the content quality. And the user experience, accessibility, is part of that in ways many of you don't realize yet, because it's not just for blind people. It's also for people who have ADHD, like me, ASD, like me, for people who are tired, who have a hangover, for people who are sensitive to light, or someone who wants to show something on a laptop or a tablet outside where the sun is shining to a customer, right? And I know this is probably repetitive for people who are already into SEO deeply, but I'm trying to be precise because I'm really scared of you. So anyway, this is where it got really interesting. I learned about something called NavBoost, which is Google's system for re-ranking results based on click behavior. And I learned that in 2024 there was a big API leak. Anyone here who hasn't heard about that? You all heard about the API leak from Google? No? I heard something about an API leak, but I had no idea what the consequences were. But it actually was public for a moment, how they rank, what they do. And we learned that everything we thought or were made to believe was a lie. Yes. So I have to get into my notes now to read it. So for over 2,500 pages of internal Google API documentation were accidentally exposed through GitHub bot. Those documents dated from March 27, 2024. And basically, when I translate them really freely, inaccessible design is cognitive load, is pogo sticking, is bad clicks in NavBoot, and that's ranking decline. That's the chain. And then before that, in the year before, Google's VP of Search, in a court case, also in the antitrust trial, also confirmed that a year before. But then we didn't have this context from that breach. By the way, all the sources of what I'm talking about are listed on my website. So we got the details, and it tracks 3 signals: good clicks, bad clicks, last longest clicks. And it's running on a rolling 13-month window of click data. Your website is a shop, and Google tracks who walks out in the first minute. Accessible sites have fewer bad clicks and better rankings via NavBoost. And this is not because Google cares about accessibility. They couldn't care less. And I want to give you a very, very specific recommendation here, because there is something terrible that Google is doing in Lighthouse. You get the Lighthouse score, and then it goes into the green. Oh, your site's accessibility is fantastic. It is at 96%. I can build a website that gets 100% accessibility score that is unreadable to anyone. Do not take that metric from Lighthouse as your well done score for your website. Because that remaining percent, or maybe that one remaining percent, that could be the thing that keeps the door locked to your buyers, to your visitors. And also, automated tools can't find more than 35 nowadays, maybe if they're really good, 40% of your accessibility issues. That's very unfortunate news for the world. It's also unfortunate news for me, because there's nothing more than I would like for AI to put me out of business, because I got a couple of other things to do, you know? It's not putting me out of business or anyone in accessibility. So let's get back to some of the numbers. SEMrush did this study on 10,000 websites, together with accessibilitychecker.org and Built With. This was the text that I tried to lure you into my talk with, and apparently I succeeded. There are a lot of people here. But it's not exaggerated. There's also 27% more organic keywords ranked for higher accessibility sites. I try to put that into one expression. It sounds a bit weird, maybe, but yeah. But more intent, semantic structure and clear labeling helps Google to understand the context of more pages, and not just Google, but also the LLMs. And this is where I feel a bit sorry for all those people who always try to find an easy way out, an automated solution. I remember when Google said, put an FAQ on your site. It's good. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about the authority score. A stronger authority score for higher accessibility sites. Someone working in SEO explained to me, that is Valhalla, is it? I don't know, you have to tell me. But someone said to me, this is high. So yeah, Core Web Vitals are a confirmed ranking factor, but they're a tiebreaker. They're not the main mechanism. Only 39% of all e-commerce websites pass all 3 Core Web Vitals thresholds. The sad thing about that is that that is below the average of 47% for regular websites. Every 0.1 second of faster loading time improves or increases retail conversions by 8.4%. Now, those are very abstract numbers, but if your store does 1 million a year, well, you can calculate that, right? And the things that make a website cognitively inaccessible are the same things that fail Core Web Vitals. And this cognitive accessibility is what I was showing you with this 5 seconds page test. People get confused, they're gone. So what about the luxury brands? I got a feeling that I would maybe get this question. You know, there are luxury brands that don't have this problem at all. But it's because brand authority overrides user experience at scale. Google assumes that people want to buy that specific site. I mean, one of the worst sites for me in the world is Zara. It's a clothing brand, for those who do not know that. If I go to Zara, within 3 seconds, I'm like this because of the video that I can't stop and I can't find where I have to click, and then I'm like, okay, bye, forget it. You know, and I'm just that one person, but it's probably thousands of people having the same thing. You see your friend, they come in with this beautiful little dress and you've lost enough weight and you can finally wear it. And, yeah, I got that from Zara. And I go onto the Zara site and I can't buy it. I'm like, well, sorry, Sarah, I'm going to Halara. Yeah. But for the other 99% of all businesses, the pogo sticking is a ranking liability. You have to think of accessibility as stopping a leak. It's not turning on a tap. It's an incredible leak to me because I was talking about this 6 years ago. But everybody was focused on the European Accessibility Act. And this act protects consumers from inaccessibility, or they try, and they were threatening with big fines, and everybody was focused on how they don't have to comply. Oh no, we don't make 2 million. Oh no, we don't have 10 people working for us, because those are the, what do you call them? The thresholds, right, thank you. Yeah. And sometimes I'm at parties or I'm at birthdays, and there were CMOs and CFOs and CEOs coming to me, yeah, young lady, we heard about you and you speak about accessibility and blah, 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 but we really don't need that stuff. It just costs a lot of money, and it's just compliance, and we don't have to be compliant. And one of my favorite dialogues at one point was, do you have shareholders, sir? Yeah, okay, well, I'll send them a letter telling them how much turnover you walk away from just by walking away from this, and enjoy your champagne. Yeah, and let's get back to the 70%, because 70% of your competitors have this leak. So you don't have to be the best site on the internet. You just have to be better than them. What you control, for example, are hero images. If a decorative image loads faster before your product name, you're failing your customers. The heading 1. If it doesn't say what it's about in one sentence, you have to rewrite it. Link text, click here. It tells no one where you're going. You're not giving it context. And if we, as people, are not giving context, we also give up. Button labels. Oh, this is where all the designers hate me. Because you have to write on a button label what it's going to do. If you just say submit, send my quote request is clarity. Or image alt text. Describe what it shows and why it's on this page. And yes, you can automate that process to an extent. But you will always have to have that human interference there at the end to check what it says. Because otherwise, you are throwing off Google, but also your friends, your new friends, the LLMs, you're throwing them off. What you need to demand if you have someone designing or building for you, is there a logical tab order? Can I navigate a site simply by using my tab key on the keyboard? Who here has tried that? Who here is trying to do that? You are. You are. You are. Okay. So even if you think this talk is you've learned a very important thing. Go on your site and use the tab key. People who can't use a mouse because it's broken, because they can't, or people who use voice control or screen readers or whatever, they depend on this. So do the agentic LLMs. Error messages that say what went wrong and how to fix it. We're coming back to this feeling. You are filling out this form, multi-steps forms are a nightmare for me. I have dyslexia, there are many people like that. And actually, dyslexia has a big influence on how you experience a large form because of shapes. And then you're on page 3, something goes wrong, and it doesn't tell you what went wrong. There are so many people who will switch away from a website where they were supposed to buy something because of that form, and they are willing to pay more at another site because check, one click, check out, thank you. or page titles that match what the page is about. It sounds so simple, and it is one of the things that I see going wrong in a lot of places. Or color contrast that passes WCAG AA. And don't let it look like this. Yeah. So now, let's get to the AI agents. Because that was what triggered my curiosity. How are LLMs reading a site? How do agents know what to do? I keep hearing about agentic search. And someone said to me, yeah, I said, what is that? Well, the future is you go onto Google or whatever search engine you like, and you tell it, find me an Italian restaurant that sells spaghetti bolognese or something, and show me. Okay, so the restaurants get listed, the menu is shown. Well, we hope that lots of restaurants have PDFs for a menu, which is why you shouldn't do that. But if you think it's cool, you're like, okay, book a table for me. I can tell you that in many cases, the agentic AI won't be able to book a table because the code is a mess. Because it's not working. Because the designer wanted a button that looked like I don't know what. And the developer found it so hard to style that button, or was using a component library that didn't have the button that they wanted, that they reverted to making a link behave like a button, which is not, and then agentic search is going, yeah. So, I have to go through my notes again here, sorry, but I'm going to read it to you because this is so specific. I don't want to do it wrong. So AI agents, they use 3 methods to read your site. Some take screenshots. I know a lot of people count on that. You know, oh, it's going to screenshot my site. It's going to know everything on my site. You have no idea how expensive that is. But they will try and process that rendered page visually. They can read the text from an image, identify a button by its shape, parse a layout by position, but they do not experience design the way a human does. There's no reaction to your brand colors, your white space, your beautiful typography. They just extract the information. They don't judge it. The other 2 methods is reading raw HTML or reading the accessibility tree. And then the information about this is changing every day, so I was researching it again this morning, and then I learned, okay, now they got even smarter, and now they're starting to combine reading the HTML and the accessibility tree. And the accessibility tree is something you can call up in your browser, and it shows how a screen reader would see your site, but also the LLM sees your site that way. Okay. So, production browser automation frameworks like Microsoft's Playwright MCP, they have converged on the accessibility tree as their primary method, simply because it's faster and cheaper. So, the takeaway is that the same regardless of which methods hits your site. If your content is not labeled, structured, with clean, nice, semantic HTML, instead of divs making to look like something they're not, the agent gets it either wrong or it just skips it. And I know we are complaining a lot, right? You go in Google, you do a search, and it sounds like really sure of itself, like this is the answer. You get a whole list. And then you start clicking through, and then you're like, no, this is not correct. This is nonsense. Now, if we are checking information in our field, we are able to judge if something is nonsense. But if you're trying to check information that is not something you know about, that you need to learn about, like I did with SEO and AI agents, you're going to walk into an ant's nest. And there's a good technical reason for that. I'll be getting to that. So this is just repetitive of what I was saying, but this is because my slides here are to protect you from me talking too much. Okay, so screenshots and visual parsing is a way, raw HTML, and the accessibility tree, the same layer that screen reader users use. But this is important, again, to understand. They see what you see when they do screenshotting, but they ignore your decorative layer entirely. A remark about that. We love our fonts. We love our colors. But if you are conveying meaning on a website or an action someone has to take just by color, it gets completely ignored by the agent. It also gets completely ignored by people who are colorblind, especially if you use green and red, because to them it looks the same. So I dove into the benchmark. How does an AI perform on an inaccessible site? This was a research by UC Berkeley and University of Michigan, and they tested Claude Sonnet 4.5 on 60 real-world web tasks. Again, the research to that is linked, and you're getting that link in the end. So the baseline was when a website is properly built and accessible, it successfully completes its tasks 78% of the time. This is what we want. This is what we're dreaming of. Every company hopes that a potential customer comes onto their site, is really happy, and then does its thing. And then we are going to have all these super intelligent, brilliant, talented people who are going to build wonderful applications for you, for me, to get what we want without visiting the site. But don't forget human nature, because this is the thing I worry about. Accessibility is about human and humanity. And we are way too curious to leave all the searching and all the finding and all the watching up to LLMs, believe me. I think by the time we are comfortable with trusting what an LLM is doing, I think I'm retired by then. So, 78% success on an accessible website. But when they ask these agents to act keyboard only, which is this tabbing mechanism that I was talking about before, that went down to 42% success. That's really bad. And then when they went to restrictive viewport, it got even worse. When they zoomed way in on the screen, simulating how a visually impaired person uses magnification tools, and that's not just the Control +++++ to make something bigger. That is them going into their browser settings, for example, and setting their font sizes larger. If you hard-coded your font sizes, it's going like this again. It's not working. And then the success rate dropped. See, I'm not pushing my button, so you don't even see what I'm talking about, sorry. So on an accessible site, 78% task success, keyboard-only navigation, and 28% for viewport restricted, so magnification conditions, 28%. If I would go to my customer and say, look, man, we have a 28% success rate. How fast do you think the kick is going to happen? All right. So then people said to me, yeah, but don't worry about that. Now we've got Cloudflare. Cloudflare is offering us to turn our websites into Markdown. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what that means? Is it all clear to you what Markdown is, what is happening? Good. So, Cloudflare is a content delivery network, and it sits between your website and the world. It handles security, speed, and caching, and there are millions of WordPress websites running behind it. And so in February, they launched a site called Markdown for Agents. It is in their pro version and tiers up, and it's been marketed as the holy grail for LLMs. I hate that. I do. And I really, again, I wish it was the holy grail. I wish that someone comes with a magic stick and says, I have this AI solution for you, and nobody has to worry about anything anymore. But it won't work. Because what gets stripped is CSS, JavaScript, ads, navigation menus, it all gets stripped. What stays is your headings, your text, your structure. And if your structure sucks, it's also going to suck in Markdown. And what I mean by suck is, especially in WordPress, we have this all-in-one culture. We've been given page builders, we've been given Gutenberg, we've been given plugins that let us drag and drop. I mean, the first drag and drop page builders, I think, came around 2012, 2013, Avada, the short code circus, you know, it was all beautiful at that time. And so we gave Swiss knives in the hands of people who don't know anything about semantic code, about structure, they were just like, this looks good. And then the mess happened because they were like, I would like that title above that image to be bigger. Oh, let's choose the big one. And then they put 6 heading ones on their website. Yeah. And some of you are laughing, but this is still happening today. This is your working student who is coming to help you, your intern, your secretary, yeah. A messy structure causes very low confidence in an LLM. But it does something that is horrible. It's going to try to fill voids. When it finds voids with training data, and then we start saying, it's hallucinating. Yeah. Someone said to me that's not the correct thing to say, but I still stick with that. It's hallucinating. It starts to tell you things, and it will do with such a conviction. We all know it. And we all know the memes, you know, where someone ends up in the hospital nearly dead and said, oh, what a good catch, I was wrong. Yeah. You have to build for humans because algorithm changes become irrelevant. Google doesn't care about you. Google doesn't care about anything. Google only cares about one thing, and that is how many people are using Google so they have numbers to sell ads and links. And they still do that when you have this AI-generated result. And it's the same with Yahoo and all the other what search engines we have. They all try to give you this AI-generated voodoo. So if you make sure that your site is accessible, you're building sites for tomorrow. You're making sure that this works next month and next year. And if you don't believe me, this month, Google just removed rich results for FAQ structured data. It was the #1 topic on X for days. There is no such thing as a nice, quick fix for accessibility or for ranking or for, it's hard work. And everyone who built this FAQ schema to get a rich snippet, they lost it overnight. And I suspect that Google killed it because of that, because it was getting abused. We're going to see this abuse in something called area labels as well in the future. I'm prophesying that. But everyone who built an FAQ structure to help humans navigate, they kept the benefit. They are future-proof because they did it for the right reasons. So I'm going to ask you, what are you going to do on Monday morning now, huh? Are you going to run that 5-second clarity test on your pages? Or your customers' pages, maybe? Are you going to think about using that test as something to convince my customer we need to change something on their website, to upsell? Maybe even convince them to build a completely new design? Because, of course, it was funny when I showed you that also in the mobile view of these 3 sites, it was horrible. But it's actually pretty sad. There's a reason why we say build mobile first. And if on your mobile you see that all that stuff that your customer wanted on the homepage is not going to work on mobile, don't hide it. When you try to hide it with your page builder, 9 out of 10 times it goes wrong, because under the hood it's not hidden, and then it's even a bigger mess. Make sure you redesign that, you rethink that. Above the fold on the desktop, it's not that interesting anymore. Above the fold on your mobile, that's the first thing you think about. And everything that falls below that, that is what you also put in the second place of your web page. This is why accessibility, UI, and UX are connected like this. It is not a single thing that you fix. We are so focused on that. Like, if we do this one thing, it's going to be perfect. That doesn't work for anything. It doesn't also work for redecorating your house. If I paint the wall pink, my house is going to be fantastic. Yeah, sure. Check your top 3 landing pages at accessibilitychecker.org, just for the fun. You probably run into a lot of things, and then maybe you get scared. You're like, how am I going to fix that? And then Google the problems that you see. You will find that the worst offenders are quite simple to fix. Or if it's not your part in your work to do that, show your developer one page and ask, what's making people leave this page? Does your developer know that? Or your designer, do they know that? Do they ever think about that? And also important is this can create a very, how would you say, a very dark atmosphere between you and your designer or your developer, or people might feel attacked, like, why are you asking me about this? Or they might get really insecure, like, I don't know how this works, I don't know where to start. Because if you go into accessibility documentation, it is drier than the desert in the summer. Take it step by step. There are so many fantastic tools out there. Okay, you're going to be proud of me. I'm seeing the 5-minute sign. We're done.
So, for who was here for the previous talk, see how well these tied together? It really did.
I'm so sorry, I missed it.
But it really did. So, questions for Mick? There we go.
Okay, before hopping on the bus on Monday morning, I have a task on Monday morning for the people who are still abusing the FAQ schema. I think I'm going to recommend them to start using the question schema, because that might be a better alternative, I think, than still abusing the the no longer functional.
Okay.
So, because that pays off. I was going to say that.
Okay.
Using the question schema is very much, in this time, very, very useful.
Okay.
That's a tip for everyone here. Start using that. It pays off. Okay.
All right. Cool.
Thank you. We have a question here.
I agree with this in principle completely, but the 27, 23, and 19% number, I want to ask you about that. Do you think that maybe that's just correlation and not causation? Because if someone's mindful about accessibility, they're doing other things well too, and it's not accessibility.
It is always about correlation. Always. Okay. It plays together.
Okay. But accessibility alone is not going to fix a broken business, is what I'm saying here.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Absolutely not. Great design isn't going to fix a business either. Great headings, not going to fix it either. Yeah.
More questions? Okay, he's closer. I'll go there.
Okay, first of all, I apologize to everybody because accessibilitychecker.com has 3 times per IP address, and I used all of them, and we are all sharing the same IP. So it's gonna tell everyone you run out of, credits for today, so you have to try it tomorrow. Do you have any other website? Do you have any other website? Something like more free? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are other tools, but the reason I gave you that one is because it just gives you a full ta-da. You can use tools like DevTools. You sign up for that. It costs nothing. They're going to spam you with newsletters, but it works. But then you're going to get a very technical list of issues, and I am hoping that there are a lot of people here who create content, who are into SEO, who are not so much into development, and for them, this has to be understandable as well. Because if I were doing this talk in GeekSpeak, it would be a different talk. I'm more willing to do that one day, but...
That was my apology, not my question. Sorry. Now my question. I checked in w3.org about how can I turn a website into accessibility friendly.
Yeah.
And I got overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know, if you have any tools or any guidelines for at least something to begin with to turn my website or my AI to write me a script that turns it into accessibility friendly, or if you have any WordPress plugin that already does this. On the HTML, I would love to know about it.
I do. So first of all, there is no plugin in the world that's going to make your site accessible. And the ones that are promising it are serving that stuff client side, which means whatever they try to do loads until after the LLM landed on your website, so that is snake oil, the so-called overlays. But there is a fantastic plugin. There are more, but one of the ones that I like to use and share with my customers is the one called Accessibility Checker by Equalize Digital. They are in the US. The US is even more aggressive in those areas where accessibility compliance is a legal risk. And what they do is they guide you. It is fantastic. And they are getting better and better and better. And nowadays, if I'm not wrong, the free version gets you like at 80%. What it does, you install this on your website. It is running on your own server. Your data isn't going anywhere. And then it's going to give you a summary like, okay, your color contrast could be better, or you have heading orders that is off, or whatever. And it's telling you how to fix it, and it's taking you through the solutions step by step, which is fantastic, because instead of giving you the fish, which makes you eat for one night, it's teaching you how to fish. You'll eat forever. So that is the one tool that I recommend. Another recommendation that I have is when people are using page builders or themes, ask and check if they are accessibility ready, because they're basically parts of code that we as users or site builders, we cannot touch it. And it's their responsibility to do it. And I hope that a talk like this scares the living daylight out of them to get it done really fast now, because this as a problem is costing you money because it's costing you reach. The more people you cater to, the more reach you have. You had a question.
Yes, thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
As an agency owner and developer, business person, how do you deal with the expectation with clients that are shooting for 100% scores on all of your tools? Whether it's accessibility, Lighthouse, page speed, SEO this, SEO that. The ones that really want all greens, what matters, what doesn't matter, how do you tell them that they should consider accessibility and other points that they may be not considering?
The green score is that what I was talking about in the Lighthouse, for example, right? Yes.
So that and other tools, you get some clients that they don't know about these technicalities.
Yes.
They just want a website that makes them money.
Yes.
And then they've heard about page speed and Lighthouse and all of this, and they want to pull the reports. And if it's not all green and wonderful, they've got issues. And some things that are low scores that you and I and others here know that should be considered, and we should focus on some of those areas. They just want, a better hero image. Better photography, instead of focusing on the things that really matter. How do you deal with that with your clients?
I don't deal with agency clients like that anymore for a long time, but when I was, I would just make them use their own site just by using a keyboard. I would make them suffer. I would, and sometimes I still do. I have a Mac. Mac has something called voice control, and I'm sure Windows and Linux has all of that too. I'll make them use a site with voice control. And then, now, you are in a better place than you were a year ago, because now we have the LLM argument. But when you make them experience the problems on their site, then their opinion is definitely going to change. And when you can back that up with numbers, and this is why I put all this research on my site, you can back it up by numbers, you have a different conversation. Because the one point that is never, ever going to help you to convince your customer is saying, you have to do this from the goodness of your heart, because the moment it touches their wallet, they're like, yeah, no. So, and this is actually, just to clarify one thing, because I am always talking about money, but that is as a tool. Because I do this for the right reason. I do this for selfish reasons. I want to be able to visit the shop and figure out what it's doing. I don't want to get a headache or a sense of panic or whatever. I want to be able to use something. I can't express the disappointment that and probably, I think it's more than 15% now, that I represent from all users, that we feel when the door is smacked in our faces. Yeah.
Thank you. So, and you just killed my question. Because, you want to see why? For someone who needs to convince a client or manager to invest in accessibility, what's the most persuasive argument? One word you've seen actually work in practice.
Sorry? Huh?
What's the most persuasive argument you've seen actually work in practice?
Money.
That was it. Thank you. And
Money. I have this in my headline on LinkedIn. Please connect with me if you have questions. Because I always say, small changes happen through love and compassion. Big changes happen through capitalism.
Thank you, Anmik.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese Waters community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya! Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!
are going into effect. There are some things to prepare for developers and maintainers of open source software like WordPress plugins. This session will give you a primer on the key points of CRA, and equip you with the knowledge and a handy checklist to navigate the uncertain waters of European regulations. So I want to introduce Simon, talking a little bit of why is it important that developers and tech people are involved with ethics, politics, in order to follow the right track for our humanity to really, really take advantage of technology and not the other way around. So that's the reason why I want you to help me welcome Simon with a round of applause.
Thank you. We almost made it to the end of WordCamp Portugal this year, and for the very last slot, someone thought it would be a fun idea to have me talk about European legislation. Welcome. Yeah, thank you. So this talk is, in a way, about WordPress security, and in another way, it is very interesting, like not in a technical way, mostly, but in a way, it is super interesting and important for developers, freelancers, agency folks to know about these things. And we talk about Cyber Resilience Act, we already heard that, and this whole talk is a bit of a roller coaster ride, an emotional one. So bear with me. If you are close to falling asleep, just raise your hand and we'll do something fun. And we'll start with a nice number. In 2025, there were 11,334 vulnerabilities reported in WordPress, in the WordPress ecosystem. That means in plugins, themes, and WordPress core. I still would say that WordPress as a CMS is relatively secure. Don't tell the people I work for. Why would I say that? Oh, by the way, that's around about 40% increase in 1 year, these 11,000. Out of these roughly 11,000 vulnerabilities, 10,359 were in plugins. That's a big chunk of them. Only roughly 970 of them in themes, and a total of 6 in WordPress core. Yeah, it's a bit sad. But that's the reason this is super important. We have a lot of vulnerabilities flying around, and we have this piece of European legislation that tries to address this issue, but not specifically for WordPress, obviously, but for other kinds of software as well. Before we get to that, though, slide about myself. Hi, I'm Simon. I bought the coolest domain on the internet. Sorry to everyone else named Simon. I've been using WordPress since 2008. that makes me feel quite old sometimes. Thank you, Milana. And and for almost a year now, I've been with a lovely open source security company called PatchStack. You might have guessed it already. And I'm running product there, which is also a lot of fun. I have to say, I am not a lawyer. And I will say that like 20,000 times over the next couple of minutes, just to make it really, really clear. Okay, let's get started. The Cyber Resilience Act. My note on this slide says, I'm not a legal professional, just in case. So, to dumb it down, because I'm not a legal professional, I wrote this, like, CRA is like GDPR, but for security. That is not true at all. If you ask a lawyer, they will jump out a window or something. But for us, it's close enough. Like, it's a piece of European legislation that will affect the way we work, and it will hit us like a train, and we're not prepared for it. Fun. In a sentence, the CRA regulates products with digital elements. That is about your smart toaster, or your fridge, or, I don't know, your camera, your computer, your phone. But allegedly, websites also contain like digital parts. At least that's what I was told. The CRA in total will come into force in December 2027. That's more than a year away from us. We can take it slow, we can go to the beach, maybe not today, it's super windy. Everything's fine, we're good. Some parts of it kick in this September. Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. The good news, though, is open source software products are exempt from the Cyber Resilience Act. Woohoo! Just like other products, and a lot of you will be super happy with that, because it's like medicine, vehicles, aerospace and nautical applications, weapon systems, all, yes, oh, we're so relieved. Well, there's a bit of an asterisk there, because the devil is in the detail. But the news, all jokes aside, is really good, because at a point in, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago, while this was still being negotiated on the European level, there was the possibility that I, as a contributor to a project, an open source project that is not compliant with CRA, could be liable. So let's say WordPress were in September not fully compliant with CRA, which we would be very surprised. That would make every one of us who ever contributed to WordPress liable for that. That is not the case, and that is really good news, because that would have been the end of open source in the EU, and that, I think we can all agree, would be a very shitty outcome. So that's good. Let's get into some of the details, and we'll start with developers. Next up is the ugliest slide I've ever had in any one of my presentations. The ugliest. And I'm sorry, I took a screenshot of a slide deck the European Commission made to explain this to people, and I mainly show it to you because I think it doesn't do a very good job at that. So, is your open source project covered by Cyber Resilience Act? And we have a bit of a flowchart situation going on here. And first of all, we ask the question, are you providing free and open source software, or are you merely contributing? That's the question we just talked about. So if you're just a contributor, if you submitted a patch to WordPress core and it was part of a release, you're not in scope, you're just contributing. That's fine, that's good for you. If you're... Milana asked how we are defining providing open source. That is a very good question, and I am not a lawyer, so we can look into that. It's all public. The whole text of CRA is public on the Commission's website. And I read it. It's a fun couple of hours of my life that I'll never get back. We have to look that up, though. I don't have the answer for that from the top of my head. So if you are providing open source software, and we'll figure out what that means, the question is, do you develop it in the course of a commercial activity in the broadest sense? I don't know. If I do this as a hobby and just put it on GitHub or on WordPress.org, probably the answer is no. And then I'm not in scope. If I do this because I run, I don't know, a big e-commerce plugin for WordPress, then probably that's the loudest candy ever, by the way. Then the answer would probably be yes. So, am I directly monetizing the product? We know I can sell licenses to my open source plugin or whatever. The answer would be yes, I would be a manufacturer in that case. If the answer is no, then is it a legal person providing support for this open source thing, and is it intended for commercial activities? And this is, according to my lawyer friends, who, unlike me, are actual lawyers, where we say yes. And that would be an open source software steward. That is what the WordPress Foundation probably is. And if that's not the case, we're not in scope. Okay, so this is boring. Nobody is any wiser now. I broke it down. So, does your product fall under CRA? Only if you're maintainer or stewards of your software. Only if it's in the course of a commercial activity and direct monetization. Allow accepting donations for your plugin explicitly is not direct monetization. For us in Germany, that is news because German courts see this a different way for other parts of law, but that's another fun story. And only when providing support for open source software intended for commercial activity. Also, only if you want to sell or offer your software in the EU. If you're fine with just toying around in the US or something, then you're good. I mean, CRA-wise. Otherwise, Okay. What does this mean in practice for us as developers? Oh, also, sneakily, I added agencies in here as well. Because a fun side quest of this all, we don't know yet if websites you build commercially for others, as agencies and freelancers do, might not also fall under CRA. Which would also be a bit of a bummer. And I attended 2 or 3 webinars by the European Commission to figure this out, among other things, and they don't know yet. And then I asked 2 lawyers and literally got 3 opinions on this. So for the time being, we're not sure. And I don't want to alarm you, but maybe this is important for you if you build websites for others. We'll probably figure this out by before September, maybe. Okay, the requirements though, they are... I love Milana's face right now. The requirements are pretty basic, if you ask me. So, if you bring software to the market in whatever form, you're asked to do this without known exploitable vulnerabilities. Without known vulnerabilities. But how do they know what I know of? They don't know. Well, Milana, they assume that you care about the software you build and that you're not like, ooh, there's a big security thing. That would be bad. Otherwise, I think you're good, but I'm not a lawyer. The next thing, secure by default configurations and a reset to that state. I don't think this super applies to plugins, WordPress itself, well, maybe WordPress itself, or websites. I think the legislator has physical products in mind for that, like your smartphone or something. But I'll put it on the list anyways. Vulnerabilities need to be addressed through security updates, dedicated security updates. This is something WordPress cannot do today. You have to have a separate update channel just for the security stuff. I think, and I am not a lawyer, I'm also not a member of the European Commission, unfortunately. I think the idea they had in mind while writing this piece of legislation is like your phones. Like, let's say you're not a big fan of Apple's new design language with shitty glass interfaces everywhere. They want you to be able to get all the security updates without being forced to do feature updates. The same applies to WordPress, though, so this will be fun. And you should design, develop, and produce your software in a way that limits attack surfaces. Like, don't do weird XML RPC stuff, maybe. Just an idea. In addition to that, and I omitted that from that slide, is a lot of GDPR stuff, like confidentiality of stored personal information, only transmitted, encrypted, blah, 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 blah. So we should all do that for almost 10 years now, ever since GDPR kicked into effect. So that is really fun. That is the wrong direction also. But there is more. Because you, as developers, and maybe also, as we learned, as agencies, are asked to do vulnerability management. That's fun, and that's the whole gist of what is happening here. So, identifying and document vulnerabilities and components, including by drawing up a software bill of materials in a commonly used format, whatever that means. Lucky enough, there's multiple commonly used formats for that, so we have some to choose from. And we call that SBOM. SBOM stands for Software Bill of Materials. You can think of it as an ingredient list for software. And the idea behind this is really, really clever. I worked at a big hosting company a couple of years ago when a vulnerability in Log4j happened. Some of you might remember that. It's like a Java library that you can use to log. I don't really know. And one of my teams back in the day was a Java team, and they spent the whole week ahead of Christmas hunting software packages in 10-plus-year-old software, trying to figure out where vulnerable versions of that single library were that they had to patch. An SBOM would have helped here. So it's about supply chain security, and it helps you to figure out what kind of ingredients are in the software you use, regardless if you build it yourself or if you just host it and use it. Ideally, these SBOMs are automatically generated. I have an example, and when you see it, you know why it would be good to auto-generate that. And they are really handy. There are tools already today to generate them, but we'll look into that in a second. So, as I said, there's multiple standards, and they all have fun names. The one we'll look into is the OWASP Cyclone DX one, because it has the fanciest name, right? But there's others, so that's fun. And if we visualize them, they look something like this. So you have an application, and then you list direct dependencies of that application, and you can go deeper, like this is the first level, and then you can see, oh, dependencies of my dependencies, and probably those dependencies have dependencies of their own, which is really hard. Even I had a hard time understanding you. Acoustically, the acoustics in here are really bad. Maybe we can give you a mic. That would be lovely.
I'm sorry for interrupt. So you basically need to list all, for example, node modules or etc. you used in your solution. One way to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds really nice.
It is. It is really nice in a way, I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at what this could look like in practice. I have an example here. I don't know if you've heard of what is the example? It's the Large Hadron Collider's whatever editor. It's fun. It's CERN. So this is a Cyclone DX SBOM. It is a JSON file, and it is a sweet 1.5K lines of characters. And if we scroll through it a bit, we don't have to read it all because we don't have that much time, I was told. But you can see there is like names of libraries, nice names, versions, descriptions, information about licenses. So this covers a lot of stuff about your dependencies. And if we scroll through it a bit more, you see you don't want to type this by hand. That would be really boring. On the other hand, it's kind of easy to auto-generate them. I know GitLab is working on a feature for that. I know GitHub is working on a feature. So somewhere in your software management stack, this should live and should be automatically updated when you work with it. So that's fun. I kind of accidentally spoiled the answer to my next question, but maybe you weren't quick enough to see it. Do you have an idea of how many dependencies there are in a WordPress core? Just throw some numbers around. 10,000, okay? 20,000. 20,000. 25. Do I hear 26? 1 million. Okay. Well, my answer compared to all of your numbers is a bit boring. No, according to GitHub's dependency graph, it's 1.5K. This is not true, however. The dependency graph only lists like first-level dependencies, I was told. So there's way more. Unfortunately, this far, no one could give me a straight answer on how many there is in WordPress core. I will let you know when I figure this out. It's a quest, yes. Okay, but there is more to vulnerability management. We're not done yet.
Are you talking of packages or like in general, like, I don't know, like PHP, a certain PHP library or a certain PHP module? Or
PHP libraries would be a dependency. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, yes. Yes, but I mean, we have had a lot of JavaScript stuff in there as well these days with the editor. Yep. Oh, jQuery. Yeah, jQuery still is a thing, that's true. Okay, so vulnerability management, not done yet, because you have to have a policy in place. And that's the easiest part of it all. Congratulations. You have to have a policy in place for coordinated vulnerability disclosures. That's also fun. And you have to take measures to facilitate the sharing of information about potential vulnerabilities. Milana is giving me the look again. So there is a European agency, it's called ENISA, the European Network and Information Security Agency, which we're all very familiar with, right? Yes. They have their own vulnerability database, or they will have their own vulnerability database, and they expect to be done like September-ish, which is also when we have to have all of this in place. It's a lot of fun right now. This is going to be open to everyone, but I don't think everyone will have right access to that. You don't have to pay. I mean, there is a US version of that, the CVE, and for that you have to be like a trusted, there's a proper name for that, and people at PatchStack probably will give me the look right now. You have to be a trusted entity to be allowed to write to that database. We have to do the mic thing again, please. We just do the... What?
Okay, sorry. This is one of my expertise, so I can like go on and talk to you in hours. But I just needed context. The one that you mentioned, the entity, is it like a governmental entity that is going to be publishing vulnerabilities?
You mean ENISA or entities that are allowed to write to the database?
Okay, let me put it like PatchStack. They have their database of vulnerabilities. You are private. You don't offer, I mean, yeah, you do offer somehow, but
well,
if there is a law, there is somebody that has to, like, I don't know, like the source of truth that this is, yes, a vulnerability, because it can be like, you cannot be bound to the law when it's a private sector telling you this is a vulnerability.
I'll stop you right there. Thank you for your question. The setup is quite similar to what we have with the CVE in the US today. PatchStack, for example, is one of the entities writing to CVE. So all of our data is in there as well. So that will be the same setup for the EUVD. So that's the same. So private entities can write to that, and then it's public. That's the whole idea of all of this. And we can get into more detail later if you want to. So they will have a database ready, and you have now to figure out how you get your data to ENISA. That's fun. How you usually do that is you try to collect all the vulnerability information on your products, be it plugins, themes, maybe websites, via a VDP, a vulnerability disclosure program. They usually set like a policy where you tell people, okay, these are the kind of vulnerabilities I'm interested in. Maybe they have to have a certain severity, and you're like, oh, if you have to be a super admin on a WordPress multi-site and know the exact secret to something, we're not interested in that. So you can set parameters on that. And you set parameters on how to handle disclosures, like having them disclosed to you privately, giving you 30 days time to ship an update and fix the vulnerability before something is responsibly disclosed publicly to everyone. You can set these VDPs up yourselves, or you can go for a managed vulnerability disclosure program. They are managed. That's what the M in MVDP is for. MVDPs usually handle like the whole notification and reporting, so people talk to them, they check it, they verify that something really is a vulnerability, then they contact you, and they also handle communication with CVE and ENISA once ENISA is ready. And they're usually quite easy to implement for agencies, for developers. It's mostly just a form you somehow link to in your product. So, in the description of this talk, there was a checklist or something promised. It's quite short, actually. The devil is in the detail, but I have 3 things as homework for you, if this applies to you in any way. So, how about some homework? First of all, look into security by design principles. This is way too much for me to cover in a talk, and also it is way too complex for me to cover in the talk. Maybe this is something for Milana to do in the future. Thank you. Join a managed vulnerability disclosure program. I'm pretty sure you will find a place to do it. But there's others as well, and you can also run vulnerability disclosure programs of your own if you choose to do so for whatever reason. Also, familiarize yourself with SBOMs. We took a brief look at them. There is more to learn there. The standards are really fun to read, and to figure out how to build them in your build pipeline in some way so they automatically update, you store them somewhere. This will be a lot of fun for the techie people of you. And please do all of this until September of this year. There's still like 3-4-ish months to go, so that shouldn't be a problem. 2 of them are summer vacation. It's even more fun. See, that's 2 very relaxing months. It's good. And that is about the biggest chunk of the stuff I have to tell you. I want to remind everyone, I am still not a lawyer, so if you have any more legal questions coming up, please feel free to ask them, but don't expect me to answer any of them. You have, oh, lovely, good. thank you so much this far. None of you fell asleep. That's really lovely. And we can do some questions now.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. We are going to start with the questions. And let's go over there and then over here. Just give me a second.
Thank you, Simon. I kind of loved your talk. I'm not thinking about technical now, because now I think, and I want you to give me your opinion here, it means actually what I am listening is that actually a market of cybersecurity that is going to be regulated by law is opening and everybody's looking other way. So like there's few competition, and because everybody's looking into other things now, mainly AI. And now we have regulations in place that actually are responding to the AI, and like there are a few competitors here, so it's going to be a huge market. I like your I like your talk. I was okay, and I'm a fan also of cybersecurity and everything, and I didn't know about this framework. I was aware of DORA, right? But I kind of love it, and yeah, it's very good. So the question is, do you think this is an opportunity, market opportunity, for us as developers to insert? That's it.
I would say so, yeah. And I would also say this is interesting for people not necessarily forced to comply with CRA, because most of the things I would almost say suggested in the legislation, but that's not how laws work. Most of the things in there might be useful to adopt for people not forced to do it as well, like security by design. Yes, please, everyone look into that. SBOM also super relevant for most people if you have to find something and find it quick. And managed vulnerability starter programs are really good, and most of the time they are free. So that's also something to look into. I think there's something for everyone. And yes, AI opens a whole nother front to that. Yeah.
Okay, next question over here.
Okay, well, maybe you have answered, but I was wondering who were you like, who is this, like who is gonna be responsible of submitting these details? Are you warning the developers of the plugins? I mean, obviously the ones that are installing the plugins. I mean, who is going to be responsible at the end? The plugin developer, or yeah, well, AI is going to be responsible. But yeah, I would like to know what kind of, also like hosting companies, do they have any obligations? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I see where your question is coming from. So, I'm not a lawyer, first of all, just to make that clear. I'm still not a lawyer. But my understanding is that most of the time you, as the person or company, entity, building the product, which in the case of a plugin would be the developer, is responsible for this. There is some other kinds of liability law that might apply to you as the agency or the freelancer putting the site together, putting stuff together, but that might not necessarily be CRA. But to be really, really sure, you should ask a real lawyer and not me. Because that's kind of important details. As a hosting company, to my understanding, you are probably not liable. I'm not a lawyer. But you will be like first line of contact for people worried about it. So for you to have like a proper answer and a proper partnership with a good security company in place would be a good call. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Great talk. I got a little bit scared, but
lovely. That's the whole idea.
That's the point. So my question is regarding who is going to check if the websites and the digital products are complying with the CRA, and what are the consequences of not complying with the CRA?
I don't know the exact numbers of the consequences, but they are similar to GDPR violations. So they can be kind of expensive, and who enforces these things might be different from country to country, because that's how the EU works. It's all a big fun house. There's no European entity checking your website, seeing if you fucked something up. No. But at least in Germany, I know that your competitor, for example, could be the one kicking the tires and looking what's up. But that might be a German thing. We're nice like that.
Hi again. I remember that you're not a lawyer, but I have another question due to recent hack on the Axios as a JavaScript library. In such cases, when you use open source software in your plugins, who will take the responsibility of such kind of situations? Who might take this responsibility?
So the thing with Axios, I think, was a supply chain attack where someone hijacked the NPM package and submitted like malicious code. The developer, you as the developer of the plugin or the software that uses Axios might be the person to go to. But again, you know what my sentence is. I couldn't hear you.
Can you just then point to all the other developers that use the same dependency, so you can all, you know, chip in for the fine?
I don't know. Okay, we'll see. We could just blame AI, but that might not be a super sound strategy in the end. Yeah. Okay, other questions? You have way too much fun here. That's not the idea of the talk. Yes.
I think I know the answer, but just to confirm, this is just in the EU, or if you're selling in the EU?
Selling or offering?
You like,
in the EU.
yeah, like if I was to do a website for somebody in the EU, but if not.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just following that question, if your hostings are in Europe and you are providing services for a third non-European country,
interesting.
what would be the...
Are you also in the EU, or are you as the developer or whatever, I don't know, in Australia, and your server is in the EU and you're offering your product to people in the US? That's a very interesting setup here. I'm not a lawyer, by the way. I think if you yourself are in the EU, it still applies. If you... I cannot really give a reliable answer here, but if you make sure that people in the EU cannot access your product, I don't think it would be falling under CRA. But check with a real person and not with me. Yeah.
Quite interesting questions and a lot of homework to do.
Okay. Okay, futuristic question. Do you, like, you know, the CEO of Claude, he's a big mouth, and he's now like talking about Mythos and stuff. So we might get September where Mythos is already, I don't know how they call it, Mythos.
Mythos.
Yeah, Mythos. This. Do you have access to it? No, you don't. But what do you like? It's now generic. Do you think that the companies like Patchstack or WordFence that now, like, you know, don't publicly they do hard work and very important work, but do you think that we will get to a point where, like, a state can use Mythos to scan, you know, the plugins library of WordPress and make it like accessible to everyone about vulnerabilities, Have you thought about this? I know you don't want to think about this because it might be the end of
No,
a product.
quite the opposite, actually. So right now, the way we discover vulnerabilities in WordPress is through people just stumbling upon them, which is not ideal. And for example, our community of ethical hackers, like actively, they do exactly what you described. They look at all the plugins in the repository and say, oh, is this something? Is that something? And the switching from like biological people doing this to whatever AI model you want to pick for it. Doesn't have to be Mythos, like Opus 4.6. It's really good at that. That's not the big thing. Structuring that data, enriching that data, offering that in a useful way to people, that's where companies like ours do the actual heavy lifting. The part before that is not that big of a deal. So I'm not worried about that, actually. What I am worried about, and we saw that in the numbers of our report on the state of WordPress security 2026, is that the median time for a new high severity vulnerability that is discovered went from a couple of days to 5 hours. And that's AI. That's AI being utilized to attack your sites and try to exploit newly known vulnerabilities. And that is what I'm way more worried about than the discovery part of it. So having to have a strategy in place to mitigate these issues is a big thing.
Actually, I want to ask something. You probably figured out that I come from this world. I saw like of security and the hosting. We run hosting company, but it's more than hosting. It's a holistic solution for, and security is a big part of it. And we discover lots of vulnerabilities, and we would like to share it with the world. Is there like the way, and it's not like in our case false positive, because like we do integrity checking of the files. We take checks on so we find how can we contribute, like what channels are we missing that we can contribute to and give this information so everybody can enjoy it. I mean, we have our...
Yeah, we're all enjoying vulnerabilities. That's something everyone enjoys. Well, you can look into like individual plugins if they offer a way to report vulnerabilities, or you just come directly to us, I guess, which is a super boring answer, but feel free to reach out. We'll chat after this, okay? Yeah, okay. Good.
So last question.
Last question, lovely.
I'm going to make you say I'm not a lawyer again. Okay, so if it's a service, and I guess I started thinking about where's the nexus of the service. So is it where the user resides, the customer, or is it where the service is provided?
In terms of
so I'll give you
falling under CRA or not?
Well, of where you have liability. So as an example, there's a website that I built. It's for a ski rental company. It's in the U.S. Services are performed in the U.S., but things are booked by people in Europe. People all over the world use their service, but the service was performed in the U.S.
Well, there's a fun little loophole for you there. And I'm still, not a lawyer. Services not really covered by CRA.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I would just want to thank you, Simon, again, because we have indeed a lot of homework, and this was, for me, the best way to close the talks here in track 2, because now we have to think about stuff and communicate with each other and maybe talk to a lawyer, right? So
a real one.
Which is not Simon, okay? So a round of applause for Simon.
Hi, amazing Portuguese WordPress community. I would like to invite you, we would like to invite you to WordCamp Europe 2026 in Krakow. A lot of activities, great food, and 8 hours long after party are waiting for you. So, see ya!